Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's top team are in Moscow as they conduct peace talks with Vladimir Putin. The death toll from the Indonesian floods rises above 700 as rescue workers continue to search affected areas. And documenting Diddy, Netflix releases the much-anticipated Reckoning of Sean Combs, produced by industry rival 50 Cent. U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner are in Moscow today as the U.S. aims to end the war with Ukraine. It comes days after U.S. and Ukrainian delegates gathered in Florida to fine-tune the U.S.-backed peace plan, which has been viewed as favorable to Russia. Speaking ahead of the summit, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the administration felt optimistic. Take a listen.
The president's entire team, including Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and the vice president and the president himself, Secretary Hegseth as well, have been working so hard on this effort, and they all really want to see this war come to an end. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We've put points on paper. Those points have been very much refined, but as for the details, I will let the negotiators negotiate, but we do feel quite good, and we're hopeful that this war can finally come to an end.
For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by Russia expert and senior fellow, the Washington Institute for Near East Policy, Anna Borchevskaya. Anna, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. We actually heard from President Putin a little bit earlier saying if Europe wants to fight war, we are ready now. Is the Russian president saber-rattling ahead of key talks with Trump's top team?
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be on your show. Putin's comment illustrates precisely the situation where we're in, and that is that the Trump team very much wants a peace deal. Putin is in no hurry for a peace deal, and that is what he's signaling, while Ukraine is in a very tough spot. Now, is Putin simply saber-rattling? Well, partly yes, partly no. This is a negotiation tactic ahead of these talks, to be sure, to show that he's in no hurry. But the fact of the matter is, it's not just posturing. He really is in no hurry. He really can afford to fight, and he's willing to pay a very high price for it.
The mood music coming out of Kyiv is they are not ready to surrender. As you did say, they are in a difficult spot. So what happens if President Putin rejects the latest draft peace deal, like you do think he possibly will, Anna?
Well, the war will simply continue. This is make no mistake, this is a long game for Russia, and it is not simply about Ukraine alone. It is also about Europe and European security. That's why you see NATO talking increasingly in the last several weeks about the possibility of having to confront Russia in a much more assertive way than it had to. You see Germany talking about intelligence warnings that Russia may be ready to attack NATO by 2029 or even earlier. So this is where we are. Russia is not only interested in Ukraine. This is about a lot bigger. This is, frankly, a global war, and there's no pretending otherwise.
And should Europe, Anna, be really concerned at this stage? Because we have seen a lot of diplomacy going on ahead of Witkoff and Kushner heading to Moscow. And we did see NATO, Mark Rutte, actually speaking a little bit earlier today. The Europeans have come out in defense of Ukraine and managed to get this peace plan, well, the draft deal that seemed to be favorable to Russia, almost swing back to favor Ukraine. But do you think that Europe is now in a really tough spot, and in many ways the US doesn't trust them either?
Europe is indeed in a difficult situation as well, because Europe for too long had been unprepared for Russia's aggression. And now in these last few years, and especially the last several months, we've seen Europe try to ramp up this effort. But Europe, the question of whether or not Europe is in fact ready to step up and do more on its own is indeed very much a question mark. And the fact that they are in this situation speaks volumes about the bigger picture that we're discussing here, about what we're witnessing here today. Why is it important? What this is really about? It's not just about another hasty peace plan. It is about a war that is the defining war of our generation, and its outcome is going to affect the way we live.
And Russia said before the talks with the US it had fully captured the city of Pokrovsk. Ukraine is denying this. Do you think it's a way of Russia using this as a negotiation tactic again, a little bit like saying we're ready for war with Europe, just basically to show the US we have the upper hand on the battlefield, we can keep going, all the chips are ours?
Well, it is in part certainly a negotiation tactic, but it's not. But again, it's not just all smoke and mirrors. Russia really can afford to keep this going for at least the near future, despite the fact that their economy is under strain. The Russian military-industrial complex is actually continuing to innovate. The Wall Street Journal reported over the weekend that that Russia is gaining an upper hand in terms of drone warfare over Ukraine. So it is both. It is both a tactics. It is posturing, but it's not just posturing. Russia really is not in a hurry. They are prepared to fight. And the way, and this brings back to the main issue, and that is, are we really going to have peace? And what Ukraine worries about, what Europeans worry about, is that a deal that favors Russia is simply not going to be a peace deal. A capitulation to Russia will not bring peace. It will not bring security. And that's why we still don't know the main details of the latest plan. It is certainly different, but the details have yet to be revealed. And if there are no genuine security guarantees for Ukraine, if Russia refuses to withdraw troops, simply put, this will not be peace.
And Volodymyr Zelensky, he is in Ireland today as he continues his charm offensive with European allies. We're just talking about President Putin accusing Europe of hindering the US administration and Trump to reach peace talks, to reach peace through talks. Anna, I guess the big question here is what happens next?
Well, we have to wait and see what's going to be the outcome of today's meeting. Again, given the evolution of the 28-point peace plan that we saw, that was in terms of what was reported publicly, was a complete capitulation to Russia. It is now amended. Ukraine is now at a negotiating table. Europeans are now involved. But again, we don't know what's going to happen. And given the fact that the cost of fighting the war for Russia is still not high enough that they want to make genuine concessions, you know, it's hard to be optimistic, but we'll have to wait and see. Either we will have some sort of a peace deal, and then we have to decide, is this really a peace deal or just a pause in the war, or the fighting will simply continue.
And just before I let you go, Anna, we're talking a lot about Europe, and Zelensky has been in Europe and has constant dialogue with European officials. Can Europe keep affording to fund Ukraine?
That is very much a question, and that goes back to the question of, is Europe really prepared? Europe, in theory, could step up more and could do more, but at least in the short term, for example, one thing we saw, it was after Russia's testing of NATO airspace several weeks ago. Denmark, for its part, said that it might need to limit ammunition that it gives to Ukraine and some other aid because it's going to prioritize its own defenses, because Russia is testing NATO. So whether or not Europe is prepared, whether or not it is ready to do more, time will tell.
Anna Borchevskaya, thank you so much for joining us. For more on this, I'm joined from Moscow by Director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for President Putin, Sergei Markov. Sergei, always good to have you on the show. So we did hear from President Putin a little bit earlier, who says if Europe wants to fight war, we are ready now. Is Russia encouraging a confrontation with European countries? And why is it so angry with them?
Russia angry about European behavior because of few reasons. One, Vladimir Putin directly told us this because Europe now is the main political force who is stopping peace process. It's two main enemies of three main enemies of the peace: European Union, Great Britain, and Vladimir Zelensky personally. We know that Ukrainian people want peace very much, but Zelensky, this is highly corrupted, illegal leader of Ukrainian neo-colonial regime. He doesn't want the peace anyway. But Europe played very important role by supporting this uncorrupted, highly corrupted dictator Zelensky, and by stopping peace process. It's first. Secondly, Europe support terroristic methods which used by Ukrainian regime, including pirates attacks against tankers, oil tankers. It's everybody. It's clear for everybody. That's exactly Ukrainian intelligence service attacking this tanker. This is pirate operation, and Europe. What Europe doing? Silently supported. And Vladimir Putin told that if this pirate attack against ship will continue, we will think about possibility to give strong response, not just Ukrainian regime, but to those countries which support those pirate attacks against our oil tankers. So it's the main.
So, Sergei, what's quite interesting is that we did hear from Putin, and he did talk about the piracy when it came to the attacks on tankers near Turkey. However, that hasn't been clarified by anyone. I just want to make that clear. So he's laying the blame on Ukraine and the Europeans, but no one is 100% sure who those tankers did attack. But I just want to move on and ask you, what is President Putin thinking regarding this meeting with Trump's top team? Earlier, he made it clear Russia has no interest in stopping the strikes on facilities and Ukrainian vessels. So what's the point of this meeting if they don't want to end the war, Vladimir Putin?
Yeah, I'm very sorry, but all of our audience, I think everybody, 100% sure that this pirate attack against Russian oil tankers have been organized by Ukrainian forces. Everybody sure about this. Yes, there are no evidence, yes, but it's their enemies.
But there's no evidence, Sergei, and I think it's important for me to make the point. There's no evidence that Ukraine did attack these ships, so it's important that that point is made. We've heard it from Vladimir Putin, but it's not been verified.
Yeah. But nevertheless, again, everybody 100% sure that it's Ukrainian authorities. And about Putin. First of all, Putin very like these people come with some specific plan, because we had about 28-point plan, 19-point plan, 24 plans, with a lot of plans. Now we want to have something specific, which will be on the table and what could be discussed. It's first. Secondly, Putin and the general Russian public support that idea that Donald Trump really want to stop this war and want to encourage such kind of negotiation. We trust Trump, but we don't trust Zelensky. We don't trust Europeans. If Zelensky told that this plan is good, it looks like that its plan is bad, not plan of peace, because Zelensky main enemy of the peace, because during the peace he will lose his presidential position and will be under investigation because of corruption and another deal. So we have not so big enthusiasm, but some steps forward to start this point. It's very important. And Russian demands to this peace plan, very simple, absolutely simple. We want peace plan will create peace for the many years. But it will be not just ceasefire, which will be used by NATO countries for preparing Ukrainian army for the more bloody and intensive war.
So, Sergei, I just wanted to say to you, it's really interesting that you say to me that Russia is prepared to stop the war and it wants to stop the war, but it's everyone else, like Ukraine and the Europeans, who don't. Because I want to read out some statistics to you. So, analysis by AFP, the news agency, said Russia escalated its drone and missile attacks on Ukraine throughout November, according to analysis that they have. And let me repeat to you what Putin said earlier. He said that they are willing to go to war. He says, if Europe wants to fight, we are ready now. So that doesn't sound like peace to me. That sounds like Russia knows that it's on the front foot and that Steve Witkoff does favour a pro-Russian agenda, and that many analysts have said that. So Russia think we can just keep fighting. We can just keep killing people.
Yeah. But we have Russian proverb. I think this proverb exists in every country. If you really want peace, you should be prepared to the war. Because in another, you will be not prepared. Sometimes you will be attacked by some aggressors. It's exactly what Putin told. We want to have peace with Europe. But if Europe will continue its escalation and come to aggression against Russia, we will give quite a strong response to Europe. And Putin also mentioned many times, we don't fight for territories. We use this special military operation as pressure for resolving political issues. This political issue means that Ukraine should be not used by NATO for preparation of aggression against Russia. It means rocket missiles shouldn't stay in the Ukraine with 4 minutes flight timing to kill people in Moscow and St. Petersburg. And another thing, Russian language, which is native language for the 70% of Ukrainian population, should be prohibited. No political repression against Russian language, no political repression against Orthodox Church, which is church of the 80% of the Ukrainian population, no political repression against those Ukrainian people who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be in peace. So it's very simple demand. And neutrality of Ukraine is guarantee that this territory will be not used for aggression against Russia. You know, I'm a little surprised. Somebody reasonably with normal mind can be against these demands. Who normal, who really want peace, could be against stopping political repression against the language of the majority, or okay, at least half of the country. Who really want to be against the so-called Austrian model, which Russia suggested to the Ukraine? Neutrality in constitution of the country, and neutrality also as a result of the international treaty.
Sergei, I'm sorry, we are slowly running out of time. I don't have long left with you. We are up, but I want to ask you a question, and you have 30 seconds to answer me, so short and sweet. Is Russia going to sign a deal today to end this war or no? Yes or no?
Russia won't, but I think it will be not able, because such a position which guarantees that will be peace but not ceasefire and preparation to the war, I think this peace deal will not have.
Okay, Sergei Markov, it's always good to have you on the show, as always. Thank you so much. The recent floods in Indonesia have killed over 700 people as rescue workers continue to search affected areas. Around 1 million people have now been evacuated, with thousands cut off and without critical supplies. Thailand, Malaysia and Sri Lanka have also been affected by cyclones and storms. For more on this, I'm joined from Jakarta by reporter Divyanti Faritz. Divyanti, thank you so much for your time this evening. So, as I just mentioned, the death toll in Indonesia has now passed 700, but hundreds of people are still missing following those floods. What is the latest on the rescue efforts in the country?
The National Disaster Mitigation Agency said around 1 million have been evacuated. Rescuers have used ships and helicopters to deliver critical supplies and food to the survivors. K-9 units were deployed to find any remains. According to the government's disaster agency, around 1.5 million people have been impacted across 3 Indonesian provinces that were hardest hit. Witnesses described the floodwaters like a tsunami, with rivers overflowing with debris, mud, and timber hitting homes as it swept down the slopes. Aid workers have been trying to reach people on foot and by motorcycle, as many roads remain impassable to larger vehicles. Leigh Ann?
And, you know, it's really interesting because I want to talk to you a little bit about what caused the floods, which, as you said, hit 3 provinces in Indonesia. What more do we know about the cause?
Oh, well, 3 Indonesian provinces, including Aceh, North Sumatra, and West Sumatra, were impacted the most, with thousands cut off from electricity and critical supplies. North Sumatra had the highest death toll, with almost 300 people. Although torrential rain due to monsoon and cyclones hitting the Southeast Asian region was the main factor, environmental activist groups and a hydrologist from Gajah Mada University suspect massive land floods, or landslides, I should say, that killed hundreds of people were caused by extensive clearing of land for agricultural use, especially for palm oil plantations. Leigh Ann?
And, you know, critics say that authorities in Indonesia were not well prepared for the floods. What is the public mood right now following this disaster? And as you said to me, it's impacted 1.5 million people, and we're talking about these deadly landslides and people still unaccounted for.
Indonesians are devastated at this horrible tragedy. Videos of flash floods with mud and piles of logs killing hundreds in its path have awoken the traumatic memories of the Aceh tsunami in 2004. However, this time, the government has not declared the flash floods and landslides in Sumatra as a national disaster, saying that the provisional governments can still handle the situation. Many are still waiting for food, with some saying they haven't eaten in 2 or 3 days. I personally know people who had to brave walking through floodwaters to access electricity to charge their mobile phones, while many others had to spend days before they can call home to say they were safe. Some people are frustrated at bureaucratic red tape slowing down humanitarian aid. Leigh Ann?
Divyanti, that is so sad, and I hope that everyone you know is now safe. But I just wanted to ask you, Indonesia is just one part of Asia which has actually been hit with torrential rain and storms in the recent days. Which other countries were impacted by this?
Indonesia was just one of the countries hit by the torrential rain and storms. Other countries include Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, which also reported deaths. The floods were caused by a northeast monsoon and the effects of Cyclone Senyar over the Malacca Strait and Cyclone Ditwa in Sri Lanka, bringing plenty of moisture from the sea before it made landfall and wreaking havoc across Southeast Asia and South Asia.
Divyanti Faritz, I really hope that everyone you know is safe and well, and thank you so much for your time and for joining me today from Jakarta. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Israeli forces have shot and killed 2 Palestinians accused in separate attacks that wounded 3 Israelis in the occupied West Bank. The military says one man stabbed 2 soldiers near the Thiret settlement, while another, a 17-year-old from Hebron, was killed after what Israel calls a car ramming attack. Meanwhile, Hamas is handing over the remains of one of the last 2 hostages. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro says the country is ready to defend itself, accusing Washington of psychological terrorism as the U.S. considers a possible land attack. This comes shortly after President Trump confirmed he spoke to Maduro recently, though details of the call do remain unclear. The U.S. has carried out strikes on boats it believes were carrying drugs, killing more than 80 people. Pope Leo has wrapped up his first overseas trip with a mass in Beirut, which attracted over 150,000 people. His visit was intended to signal a message of hope to a country still reeling from the 2020 port explosion and its war with Israel. And the White House has been given a festive makeover. First Lady Melania Trump revealed the Christmas decorations in an online video with the theme "Home is where the heart is." The display also pays tribute to the next year's 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. Hong Kong is launching an independent probe into the cause of last week's deadly inferno in the apartment complex in the Tai Po district. Its leader, John Lee, is calling for reform as officials believe substandard renovation materials may have fueled the blaze, which killed more than 150 people. Chris Gilbert reports.
It's been a week since the diddly Wang Fuk caught fire, and Hong Kong Chief Executive John Lee is promising change.
We will overcome the obstacles of vested interests, pursue accountability. We must uncover the truth, ensure that justice is served, let the deceased rest in peace, and provide comfort to the living.
The blaze was one of the deadliest in Hong Kong's history. The government is pointing the finger at a construction company that was renovating the buildings, accusing them of using substandard materials. Authorities say that tests have found several types of mesh used on bamboo scaffolding did not meet fire retardant standards. 25 people have been arrested in the investigation so far. At least 3 are from the construction company. A 24-year-old student, Miles Kwan, was released by police on Monday after being arrested for handing out flyers petitioning for an independent inquiry over the weekend. John Lee says the government's anti-corruption unit will be part of the new probe.
We must act seriously to ensure that all these loopholes are plugged so that those who are responsible will be accountable. The shortcomings will be addressed. The bottlenecks will be addressed. And we will reform the whole building renovation system to ensure that such thing will not happen again.
On Tuesday, the plaza below the burned-out towers was flooded with flowers and tributes. In Chinese culture, the one-week anniversary marks the Day of the Soul's return. Mourners stay to pray, leave notes, and reflect on the devastating loss. On top of the death toll, 40 people remain missing. Police continue to sweep the 7 towers, finding the bodies of residents in stairwells and on rooftops of those trapped as they tried to escape the flames. Chris Gilbert, Arabiya English.
Now, Netflix have released the much-anticipated Diddy documentary produced by longtime rival and rapper 50 Cent. Sean Combs' The Reckoning features footage that was filmed just 6 days before the former music mogul's arrest in September 2024. Combs is currently serving a 4-year prison sentence after being found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a clip of what we can expect from that show.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us. Dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
Puff Daddy,
Sean Combs' name changes are attached at deeds. Who's your side? We have to find somebody that'll work with us. Dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing. Puff Diddy, Sean Combs' name changes are attached at deeds. Who's your side? We have to find somebody that'll work with us. Dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
For more on this, I'm joined by entertainment lawyer Kurt Doll. Kurt, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I think everyone has been waiting pretty much for this Netflix docuseries on Diddy. Quite a turn of events here. A documentary, actually, on P. Diddy, produced by his well-known enemy, of course, that's 50 Cent. Did Diddy or his lawyers have any kind of say on this release?
Well, thanks for having me. And generally speaking, no. I mean, Diddy wouldn't have legal veto over a documentary about himself. In North America, and especially the U.S., journalists and filmmakers have broad First Amendment protections to tell a story about a public figure. So you don't need someone's permission to profile them or criticize them. But as we'll get into, he may have legal standing if the documentary uses footage that Diddy owns himself, because that would be a violation of copyright.
And the trailer actually went live yesterday and it's available to stream today. Was there ever any doubt that a cease and desist notice would deter that from happening? Because Diddy didn't really want this released, did he?
Yeah, exactly. And no, a cease and desist rarely stops a major studio or platform at this stage. You know, Netflix would have reviewed the legal risk months ago, and they look for chain of title, rights clearances, defamation vetting, and then insurance coverage. And, that's all been done months ago. So a cease and desist is more strategic at this point, as it sort of preserves Diddy's legal position and signals that a lawsuit is on the table.
And as we all know, Diddy is currently serving his 4-year jail term. And I was just thinking, do you reckon that Diddy is going to watch this series himself just to see what it's all about? Because there's been some footage in there. I watched a few bits and pieces, and it's pretty damning. And is there any grounds for him to sue 50 Cent or consider defamation when he does leave prison or while he's inside?
Yeah, I mean, as to is he going to watch it? I mean, I can't imagine he would not watch it. I mean, if someone made such a documentary on me, I would surely watch it. And even if he is incarcerated, he can still sue for defamation if he believes that the documentary, falsely damages his reputation, right? So, and public figures have a higher legal threshold. They must actually prove actual malice, meaning the filmmakers knew the content was false or they acted with a reckless disregard for the truth. So it's a steep hill to climb, which is why most celebrity defamation lawsuits fail. But I mean, I imagine that's forthcoming. He's going to watch it and probably get his lawyers involved.
I must say something. I would hate watching myself on screen in something like that. Anyway, I'm sure Diddy will. But can you just imagine? It's not the best portrayal. But what was also interesting is 2 jurors from the trial actually spoke during this docuseries. They both had pretty different views on Diddy after the case, which I found really interesting. How often does that happen, that jurors come out afterwards and actually speak? Or is this because this is a huge celebrity, unprecedented case?
Yeah, good question. I mean, I think it probably, they were approached. I feel like this is the case of the year, if not the decade. So I think it's not that common, but I think in this situation, it's because it was such a high profile case.
Yeah, and it was really interesting to hear what they said, and especially about Cassie Ventura, because remember, we saw those videos and they were absolutely shocking, but once again, wasn't done, Diddy, on domestic abuse. But just finally, do you think we could see Diddy releasing his own tell-all story once he's a free man, despite being a convicted felon, with many of the victims still demanding justice? Because we can't forget, at one point, Kurt, I don't know if you agree with me, but Diddy was pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you're right. I mean, you know, I think there's a high likelihood that he will, you know, release his own documentary one day. I mean, even if he is a convicted felon, it doesn't bar someone from telling his own story. You know, the bigger challenge won't be legality. It'll be public perception. You know, does the public want to see or hear his side of the story? I mean, I would say the answer is no right now, but I mean, you also see I see people online defending him. So my guess is he's probably has the money to be able to put out his own documentary, and I think he's the kind of person that will want to tell his story, whether that's right or wrong. So my guess is that is forthcoming.
And, you know, it's so interesting, right, because we know 50 Cent, and for decades in the industry, both of them have what is called, I don't know, beef. I don't know what you call it. They don't really like each other. You know, 50 Cent's always spoken out about Diddy and always had accusations against him and raised concerns about him in the world of hip-hop. Do you think that this can definitely be something that's impartial and delivered well to show both sides?
Yeah, good question. I mean, you're right. It's an ongoing beef. I mean, just like Drake and Kendrick Lamar. I mean, when you're in such a beef, can you be objective and impartial? I don't know. If this documentary is able to be those things, it's because I would guess his team involved, whoever's directing it or editing it, they would be the ones that bring that impartiality. But I can't imagine 50 Cent himself is impartial here. I mean, it's a years-long feud, right?
And I just want to ask a quick question, a bit of a fun one. I was reading something on Diddy a little bit earlier today, and apparently he's trying to get good marks in prison and bought everybody Thanksgiving dinner. Do you think that's going to help the cause?
You know, I don't do. I'm not a criminal lawyer, so I don't know what that will result in. But I mean. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm an entertainment lawyer. I'm not a criminal lawyer, but I would say at the end of the day, I mean, I guess it has an impact on everyone in the jail. So maybe that'll help him, or maybe he's just trying to not get beat up in jail. I don't know.
One of those two things for sure. Kurt Doll, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. India has ordered all new smartphones to come preloaded with a non-removable and state-run cybersecurity app. Users will be able to verify the authenticity of a device, report lost or stolen phones and flag fraud. Cyber experts have criticised the move, saying it violates the right to privacy. E-commerce giant Shein and Temu are facing intellectual property theft and forced labor accusations in the US. The two US politicians have called for the government to investigate the sale of counterfeit goods sold by the two firms. The probe comes after the EU claimed that Temu was exporting products that do not comply with the bloc standards. Turning to all the sports news now, and FIFA will reveal the updated match schedule for the 2026 World Cup at live global broadcast on Saturday. The FIFA president will present alongside former players and representatives from the 42 teams that have already qualified. Last week, Iran said they would boycott the draw after the US denied visas for some of their delegation. And the boxer Alexander Usyk has named Deontay Wilder as the first option for his next fight. Usyk became the undisputed world heavyweight champion for a second time after his win over Daniel Dubois earlier this year. Wilder, meanwhile, lost a trilogy to Tyson Fury and had consecutive losses to Joseph Parker, and that was back in 2023. A reminder of our top stories. Trump's top team are in Moscow as they conduct peace talks with Vladimir Putin. The death toll from the Indonesian floods rises above 700 as rescue workers continue to search affected areas. And documenting Diddy, Netflix released the much-anticipated reckoning of Sean Combs, produced by his industry rival 50 Cent. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Also follow us on X. Counterpoints is coming up next with Melinda Nucifora. Have a nice evening. And of course, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. International media were dominated today by three major storylines. Coverage of the US-Ukraine negotiations focused on cautious optimism as Washington pressed ahead with a peace push and Putin prepared to meet Trump's envoy. In the United States, Pete Hegseth's Venezuela boat strike scandal seized headlines, with outlets questioning the legality of the operation and calling for investigations. Meanwhile, in Britain, the press scrambled to dissect the latest twist in the OBR leak saga, which has shaken confidence in the government's economic control. American coverage casts the last US-Ukraine talks as constructive, but far from a breakthrough, stressing that major gaps remain on territory and security. Much of the attention now shifts to Envoy Steve Witkoff's impending meeting with Vladimir Putin, seen as a pivotal moment for the diplomacy. Across outlets, the tone is measured, underscoring both the stakes and the uncertainty over whether Moscow will accept terms Ukraine considers viable. The Wall Street Journal examined Europe's rising concern over Donald Trump's push for a rapid peace deal to end the war in Ukraine. The report explains that diplomats worry the plan could oblige Kiev to accept territorial losses and military restrictions, while shifting the US from NATO's central pillar to a mediator between Russia and Ukraine. The piece also underscores European officials' fear that this change could weaken NATO unity, legitimize Russia's gains, and leave Europe facing a more uncertain security landscape. European media were wary. They welcomed renewed diplomacy, but warned against a rush to peace that could push Ukraine into unfair concessions. Outlets insisted Europe and Kiev must stay central to the talks, rejecting any deal shaped mainly by Washington and Moscow. Many see this moment as Europe's last real chance to influence the terms of a future peace. Le Monde described Zelensky's visit to Paris as a strategic effort to rally European strength while Washington advances its own peace proposal. The piece highlights how, in his meeting with Emmanuel Macron, Zelensky pressed the message that any settlement must safeguard Ukraine's sovereignty and cannot be shaped solely by US-Russia bargaining. The piece also notes Europe's growing unease over a plan seen as tilting towards Moscow and underscores Kiev's push for a coherent European stance to anchor credible, balanced negotiations. Samuel Ramani wrote in The Telegraph arguing that Zelensky may have opened a real path to peace by removing his powerful aide, Andriy Yermak. The author suggests that Yermak had become a political liability, facing accusations of overreach and corruption that damaged Kiev's credibility in negotiations. Also, his departure, the article says, could help Zelensky restore public trust and signal a cleaner and more accountable government, and also ease internal resistance to diplomacy. The piece concludes that together these shifts might strengthen Ukraine's position and make meaningful peace talks more achievable. In Russia, near silence as outlets gave the US-Ukraine peace plan minimal, low-priority coverage, often burying the story behind domestic news. But when mentioned, the tone was reserved, portraying the US plan as only as a starting point, while insisting Russia's conditions remain unchanged. Some outlets frame leaks and criticisms as part of an information war meant to undermine Moscow. Meanwhile, in Ukraine, the media treated the US-Ukraine talks with cautious alertness, stressing that any deal must protect sovereignty and territorial integrity. Coverage reflects deep suspicion towards proposals that could pressure Kiev into concessions or empower Moscow. There was also a strong scrutiny of back-channel diplomacy, seen as potentially weakening Ukraine's leverage. But overall, the tone is pro-diplomacy, but firmly opposed to any premature or imposed peace. The new voice of Ukraine argues that recent talks in Florida may have been Ukraine's final opportunity to influence U.S. Envoy Witkoff before his planned visit to Moscow and his meeting with Vladimir Putin. The piece explains that despite productive discussions, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio warned that much remains unresolved. It also warns that if Witkoff travels to Moscow without having been persuaded, the coming talks could heavily tilt towards Russia's favor. Another story that rocked the U.S. today was the escalating scandal over Pete Hegseth's alleged order tied to a second strike on a drug smuggling boat. American media cast the episode as potentially unlawful, spotlighting contradictions between White House defenses and expert warnings that killing stranded survivors may violate international law. Coverage stressed mounting bipartisan calls for a full investigation, with the legality of the operation now at the center of a rapidly growing controversy. The New York Times argues in its analysis that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has become a growing political burden for President Trump. Hegseth's aggressive no survivors rhetoric, past mishandling of classified material, and also combative behavior towards the media have compounded the controversy. Even some Republicans are now demanding clarity about whether illegal orders were actually issued. The piece portrays Hegseth as increasingly isolated inside Trump's national security team, yet still publicly defiant. On this issue, the Wall Street Journal argues that Congress is right to investigate claims that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered a second missile strike. The editorial highlights that the board stresses that deliberately killing defenseless people would violate U.S. and also international law, despite Hegseth and President Trump denying the allegation. The piece also concludes that the administration's vague explanations and also refusal to share its legal rationale heightened concerns, making a thorough bipartisan inquiry essential. Newsweek reported that some Republicans are distancing themselves from Trump's foreign policy approach, especially his hardline on Venezuela and his plan to end the war in Ukraine. Critics argue that striking alleged cartel boats and also hinting at regime change pushes U.S. power too far, insisting that America first shouldn't at all mean new military adventures. The magazine also reported that Chuck Schumer warned the U.S. Senate that Congress will file a bipartisan war powers resolution if President Trump orders military strikes on Venezuela. Schumer argued that such action would bypass Congress's constitutional authority to declare war and could endanger U.S. troops. Foreign policy warns that U.S. efforts under President Trump to force a regime change in Venezuela echo past interventions such as the one in Iraq. It argues that foreign-imposed regime change campaigns often lead to chaos, unintended violence, and long-term instability, rather than democracy or even order. Given Venezuela's complexity, whether it be political, social, or even economic, the piece cautions that plunging in now risks repeating history's hardest lessons. British media were reeling from another scandal, that of the Office for the Budget Responsibility, ORB, budget forecast leak and the chaos it triggered. Outlets framed the scandal as a major blow to the government, describing ORB's chief's resignation as necessary but insufficient, stressing deeper failures in fiscal oversight. The Times says that the recent budget chaos has badly hurt public trust in the Chancellor. It argues that early leak and also the market fallout showed serious problems in how the government handles and also communicates financial plans. The editorial urges the government to be clearer and more accountable, warning that if the mess isn't fixed, people may lose confidence in the Treasury and future economic policies. The Telegraph, on the other hand, argues that blaming OBR Chair Richard Hughes will not absolve Chancellor Reeves of responsibility for the budget fiasco. The piece suggests that the turmoil reveals deeper incompetence and that replacing Hughes won't restore credibility or fix the structural problems behind the miscalculation. To the Middle East, as media outlets reported on a phone call between President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, in which Trump openly warned Israel against destabilizing Syria, urging Jerusalem to respect the evolving government under Ahmed al-Shara. The Times of Israel explains that this comes shortly after a deadly Israeli operation in southern Syria, and Trump insisted that Israel must maintain strong diplomacy and avoid actions that could hinder Syria's reconstruction and political transition. And we'll end with Israel Hayom, which argues that U.S. President Donald Trump's invitation to Israeli Prime Minister isn't just a courtesy call. It actually signals Washington's intent to unveil a broader Middle East agenda. The likely agenda, according to the report, includes Gaza, dismantling Hamas, normalization efforts under the Abraham Accords, and possibly new deals with Gulf states. Also, the piece contends that by extending the invite now, Trump may be laying groundwork for strategic shifts and expecting Israel to align closely. The piece suggests the invitation is as much about shared regional goals as it is about optics of U.S.-Israel partnership. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Al Arabiya English.
Combat ready by 2027. Taiwan says it's time to beef up its defences. The disputed state believes China is preparing to take the island by force within 2 years. Will it? And how would the US respond? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kullu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamningirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys, sadly, have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within the Lana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमें से तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी.
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब.
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Now, Vision 2030 was first unveiled in April of 2016, and 2 years later, Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life program was launched. Well, the programme has the goal of boosting livability, vibrancy and innovation in cities across the kingdom, making it one of the most attractive and rewarding destinations for investment, talent and collaboration in the world. Well, for more on this, I'm joined now by Salman Al-Khattaf, who is the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life programme. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Salman.
Thank you, Tom, for your great introduction.
Now, for people who don't know, what is the focus of the Quality of Life programme?
Quality of Life programme is inspired by Vision 2030, Saudi Vision 2030, to improve two aspects of living in Saudi, which are livability and lifestyle. In livability, we're talking about modernizing the urban infrastructure and basic services delivered in the city. From the other hand, we're talking about the lifestyle, which is expanding the access to sport, entertainment, culture, and tourism, and the economy of this experience, and engaging people toward these as well.
Okay, Salman, let's talk about how you're getting on. And there are a number of quality of life targets. Just tell us what's on track and what's not.
Actually, we have many KPIs and targets to be achieved. I can confirm that most of them, the majority of them, were either achieved or exceeded the targets. However, we're talking about KPIs on operational level, on a strategic level, on economical level. And I believe, as we are here discussing on the Real Deal show, I think I would focus more on the economical aspect. So let's talk about the quality of life sector-linked economy, which contributed to the GDP of Saudi Arabia. In 2017, as baseline of this program, these sectors, the sport, entertainment, culture, and urban development the sectors, contributed to the GDP by $12.5 billion. Today, we're talking about 19.9, almost 20 billions. So you can see the growth here. Also, the non-government investment would translate that into business language. In the baseline, we were $500 million. Today, the non-government investment reached 5.8 billion. So you can see how this is magnificent, how this is affecting the economy. On the other aspect, we have multiple KPIs toward the social aspect, because we want to balance. We want this program is people-centric at the end. So we need to measure that as well. And allow me to invite you and the rest of the interested people and community to read the latest publication of Quality of Life, which was aligned with the Global World or the World City Day last month, called Cities of Possibilities Report. We measured the satisfaction on the social aspect around 4 core pillars: prosperity and opportunity, personal and social growth, lifestyle and recreation, sustainable and safe foundation. These aspects were measured among 5 cities in Saudi Arabia, and the report is rich with facts and figures and people's perception about their quality of life.
Okay, Salman, I mean, just looking back to 2018 when the Quality of Life programme was launched, I mean, in the past 7 years since it was launched, give us a sense of how you've seen the overall quality of life for people in Saudi Arabia evolving. What's been the evolution that you've noticed?
Actually, as you might know, Saudi Arabia has already built a robust infrastructure. And the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, has been the center of business, center of decision-making. So we've built on what we have. That's why you can see the development is going fast, because we have the foundation. We needed to modernize some infrastructure here and there, but the basic infrastructure is already available and strong enough to carry our ambition. What we worked on mostly on is the lifestyle economy, because some of these sectors were underdeveloped and needed the attention and focus from the government toward making the right policies toward them, making the business, the ease of doing business in these sectors, improving the people's skills in these sectors. So we have been working on that since 2018 until now. Now I can claim that we have completed the building the ecosystems for each sector. For example, you can see in each sector there is a development fund that helps businesses to get the right funding for their projects if the banking system doesn't support that. Also, the right healthy and high-skilled talent are already available. We send people abroad. We give them a lot of training and education in these sectors. Also, the regulatory framework is completed now and ready for investment. Also, we have tested the market. Many initiatives being introduced by Quality of Life were toward setting the bar for the offering in Saudi Arabia. That's why we invest a lot in Riyadh season, for example, to see how people are reacting toward the good offering in Riyadh. And we have seen good numbers. We have seen encouragement of investors to put their money and gain the returns out of these businesses. So I think we have completed that, and there is an ecosystem for each sector. Collectively, we call that lifestyle economy or quality of life economy, if you wish, which is the comprehensive outlook of these sectors today.
Okay, so essentially these cultural, entertainment, sports activities mean that life in Saudi Arabia is more enjoyable for everyone who lives there. And of course, beautifying the cities is going to mean more tourists will come and visit, because obviously it's a more attractive place to visit. Can you share any economic results or figures from the QL program that illustrate this point?
If we're talking about the job creation, for example, as one of our main measures to measure the transformation that's happening in quality of life, the job market or number of jobs were available for these sectors collectively in 2018 as a baseline of this program was 290,000 jobs. Today we have reached 370,000 jobs. So you can see the big improvement in these numbers, and we aim to get more jobs supported by the tourism sector. We believe tourism sector is one of the biggest and largest job creators in the world. It creates like 10% of the job markets globally, and we aim to do the same here. So we are on that pathway as well.
Yeah, Salman, I actually just wanted to ask you, I mean, the majority of the population of Saudi Arabia is under the age of 35, and I'm wondering if that's relevant at all to your numbers there on the Quality of Life program.
Actually, that's a good question and a very good angle to look at. We believe that the offerings that we are promoting here in Quality of Life for engaging people in healthier lifestyle, practicing more sport, consuming more entertainment offerings, and get the taste of the deeply rooted in our culture when we're presenting that is very important to succeed and have unique offerings among the globe. So having a youth or young population will help a lot in adapting these things, especially that the new generation looks for new trendy things, looks for a new experience rather than buying stuff or getting new properties. They look for experience, they want to make memories, and these are the core business of what we do here, letting the economy thrive among these sectors.
Now, with regards to housing, how much of a quality of life issue is affordability of housing? Because in Saudi Arabia, rental prices have gone up. There's a rental freeze in Riyadh. And I'm just wondering whether this issue of affordability is directly linked to quality of life, would you say?
As a measure, yes, we definitely measure that. And most of the indices that measures quality of life focuses on these things, such as does your city treated you well in terms of job opportunities, educational opportunities for learning and growth, and providing you with the good solutions with affordable prices when it comes to housing. Yes, that's a very important aspect that we measure. But do we contribute directly to the housing issue? We don't do that because there is a special program in Vision 2030 focusing on the demand and supply and modernizing the market, using the best tools to balance the supply and demand. Maybe Riyadh was a special case because Riyadh has the highest pressure of people coming in, practicing their jobs, or moving their businesses to Riyadh, or investing new businesses in Saudi. So Riyadh has been the pressure point for housing, and I believe the leadership in Saudi already took care of that by new regulations toward fixing the current issues and setting a pathway for the economy to fix itself.
Now, Simon, I wanted to ask you about infrastructure, because clearly infrastructure is a really big part of Vision 2030, and public transport and things like that make a really big difference about how you get around a big city and that city's livability. How are you seeing infrastructure and public transport improvements and upgrades and so on change the results of quality of life surveys in Saudi Arabia?
We believe that transportation and walkability are crucial to quality of life. And we encourage people to use healthier lifestyle when it comes to transportation and mobility. That's why we invest a lot on beautifying the sidewalks, cycling paths, modernizing the infrastructure toward the mobility. Mobility by itself, like metro or public transportation, is not core business of quality of life program, but it is core business for other programs. And you can see Riyadh is developing a lot in the metro project and the walkability measures, while we focus on the walkability more and green spaces, public outdoor activities, these kind of things. So yes, we invest a lot in these aspects, but transportation per se, we measure it, but we don't own it.
Okay, and of course, green space is another really important part of making a city feel livable and improving the quality of life for everyone there. What can you tell us about the changes to the green spaces in the major cities in Saudi?
Yeah, through our partnership with the government entities, we managed to plant more than 100 million trees among the program duration. 118,000 hectares being rehabilitated. Projects such as Green Riyadh, King Salman Park will really change the scene toward outdoor spaces. So yes, we invest on that along with other partners, and we believe this is crucial to quality of life as well.
I just want to ask you quickly about Join, which is one of the quality of life initiatives. My understanding is that Join is a gateway for global investors into the kingdom. Just tell us how it's going and what its significance is.
Yes, as we mentioned before, lifestyle economy is crucial, and we really believe that the sustainable development will never happen by government investment only. We believe in the third sector, the business sector, and government working together towards sustainable development. Yes, Saudi Arabia has invested a lot from government aspect in these projects, setting the infrastructure, sometimes delivering the offering by itself, but this is not sustainable, and we believe the private sector should lead the business people life, especially in lifestyle economy. So QL Joint Investment Initiative is about that, is about setting the scene and promote it to the global investment community to see the opportunities that's happening in Saudi Arabia, to see what are the actual reforms that happened on the regulatory frameworks, on the PPP models, on the partnerships that's happening cross-governmental or with the business as well. And you can see the numbers, as mentioned before. There is a lot of private sector investment happening in these sectors, and we believe and global community could also be part of that, as we are positioned in the middle of the globe. We believe we have the biggest market in the MENA region, and you can expand toward 400 million consumers if you work harder in this area, because we are approximate to the in the center of the MENA region, let's say.
Okay, Salman, lastly, I saw that the Quality of Life program was present at the Lisbon Web Summit. I wondered if you could just tell us about your participation there and what came out of it.
It's part of a joint investment initiative where we interact with the global business community. We are really focusing on digital transformation that's happening in Saudi Arabia. AI and new solutions are the future of investment, let's say, and will ease the people's lives and will be part of quality of life as well. So we believe that being there, talking about the opportunities in Saudi Arabia in terms of investment, in terms of moving your business, in terms of working or finding a job opportunities in Saudi, that's going to be beneficial for both parties. So we always want to be in the center of these kind of events.
Okay, Salman, so I think it's fair to say from everything you've told us that the quality of life in Saudi Arabia is on an upward trajectory according to all of your measures.
Across all measures, yes, we can prove that by numbers. Quality of life is strongly improving right now in Saudi Arabia. If you visit Saudi today and you visit next month, you will see some differences and big improvements. So yes, we are focusing on that, and the leadership wants that, and people wants that as well, and the business finds a lot of opportunities there. So yes, we are on the right track to develop the quality of life in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you're right, Salman. It's always changing, isn't it? Lots of changes underway right across Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Salman Al-Khattaf, the advisor to the CEO of Saudi Arabia's Quality of Life program. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Combat ready by 2027, Taiwan says it's time to beef up its defences. The disputed state believes China is preparing to take the island by force within 2 years. Will it? And how would the US respond? This is Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A technology powerhouse and strategic key to China's east coast, Taiwan has long lived in troubled waters. It considers itself independent. China considers it theirs.
Beijing authorities have set a goal to complete the armed reunification of Taiwan by 2027, accelerating military preparations for aggression against Taiwan and continuously escalating exercises and grey zone incursions around Taiwan in an attempt to force reunification through military means.
In response, Taipei has announced it will boost defence spending by $40 billion and will procure more advanced weapons from the US. But the perceived threat comes at a complex time for the unofficial friendship between Washington and Taipei. The US and China have reached a fragile truce in their trade war. So some analysts question whether President Trump would jeopardize that in order to support Taipei. Further escalating tensions are recent comments from Japan's Prime Minister, saying a Chinese attack on Taiwan would threaten Japan and therefore justify a military response. On this show, we'll ask, is China really preparing to take Taiwan by force? Does President Trump value the status quo, or does he value China more? And is Japan stirring up trouble? Joining us for this discussion from Taipei in Taiwan is Ross Feingold, a political analyst who also serves as director of the Association of Americans Resident Overseas. From Beijing, joining us is Victor Gao, vice president of the Beijing-based Centre for China and Globalization. And rounding out our panel here on Counterpoints from London is Bill Hayton, associate fellow with the Asia-Pacific program at Chatham House and author of The Invention of China. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us here on Counterpoints. It's a pleasure to have you all here. In a recent phone call between the leaders of China and the US, President Xi told President Trump that Taiwan's return to China is a key part of Beijing's global vision. Xi said it's an integral part of China's post-war international order. In China's eyes, Taiwan's future is inevitable. And if you look at the activities of several of China's Indo-Pacific neighbours, they appear to be preparing for some sort of escalation. For example, the Philippines has recently signed a defence pact with Canada to boost its standing and its defences in the South China Sea. So, Victor, I'm going to go straight to you first. Is China preparing to take Taiwan by force?
Taiwan is part of China. There is only one China, as declared by the Declaration of Cairo, as well as dictated by the Potsdam Proclamation. These two documents form the pillars upon which the international order was based upon after the defeat of Nazi Germany in Europe and the Japanese fascism in the Asian Pacific region. So the whole world recognizes this policy. And there is no country in the world which can recognize both China and Taiwan at the same time. And we need to be fully aware of this. By defending this one China policy, we are defending the international order established back in 1945.
Ross, you're in Taiwan. How do you interpret what Victor has said?
Well, even if what Victor said is true, there's still a reality that we all have to deal with, and policymakers around the region and around the world who consider themselves stakeholders in this issue. And there's no denying that other countries further afield feel that they are stakeholders. So even if China says it's an internal affair, obviously other countries, not just the United States, but increasingly European countries, Australia, more recently Japan, they consider themselves stakeholders as well. And the reality is that since the end of the Chinese Civil War in 1949, Taiwan and China have been separately governed. That's just a fact. They are separately governed. And the only way to bring about unification would be either a peaceful way or by force. And at the moment, China's position is very clear that they reserve the right to use force. And that's why we see other countries, including here in Taiwan, they're responding to that with their own military moves. Again, that's just a reality. It's not a biased position that I'm stating. I'm just stating the facts that the two sides have been separately governed, and the people are preparing for the possibility that China will use force.
Victor, I'm going to bring you in a moment, Bill, but I just want to get a quick response to you from that, Victor, particularly on that. Unification is either peacefully or by force, because even though you say that it is one China, a lot of countries, particularly the US, do not support a unilateral change to the status quo. which is, as Ross said, they are governed separately. So any change to that status quo, is it going to be peaceful or is it going to be by force?
First of all, we all know there was a civil war towards the end of the 1940s. Allow me to emphasize that civil war was never brought to an official end by any means. That is the reality of the separation across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Now, if China ever uses force, it will not be an invasion. It will be a resurrection of the unfinished civil war. And we want to avoid that. We want to achieve unification by peaceful means. But if, for example, as Ross said, other countries want to be stakeholders, to be intervening in this situation, there will be the resurrection of the unfinished civil war. And I don't think any country in the world, including the United States, wants to shed the blood of their soldiers to be involved in a resurrected civil war across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Let's all work together to achieve the peaceful reunification that all of us want, and let's do our best to avoid the resurrection of the unfinished civil war.
Bill, what do you make of that? If we are going to see a show of force, is it, as Victor says, a resurrection of an unfinished civil war, or is it an act of aggression?
Well, that's obviously the Chinese narrative, is that it's the unfinished part of the civil war. I mean, the other way of looking at it, it extends from what Ross was saying, which is that in the last 130 years, China has only ruled Taiwan for 4 of those, for 4 years between 1945 and 1949. And you have a very different sense of self, if you like, in Taiwan. You know, you ask people, you know, do they feel Chinese? You know, among the younger generation, it's a tiny, tiny proportion who say they feel exclusively Chinese. But really what the outside world wants is the status quo. What they're worried about is a change of the situation by force, whether that's an actual invasion or some kind of blockade by China. And if that, you know, if there was any change to the status quo, I think it would unleash a whole series of really dangerous dominoes. You know, I think Japan would try to develop nuclear weapons, and it probably has the skills to do so within months. That would probably trigger South Korea to develop nuclear weapons. We'd have all kinds of unforeseen consequences from China taking unilateral action over the status of Taiwan.
Ross, can you see the unilateral movement from China to reunify with Taiwan, creating that sort of a dangerous ripple effect? Is that something you sense being in Taipei?
Well, whether or not there's a regional arms race, I think, frankly, we're already there. We see that with commitments by Japan and South Korea for significant increases in defense spending. And part of that's in response to North Korea. Part of it's in response, frankly, to China. The Philippines is also dramatically increasing its defense budgets after decades of underinvestment. And here in Taiwan, there's a new proposal for a nearly $40 billion supplemental defense budget, which is an enormous amount of money. So I think the key question is not really what would happen if and when China should use force, or would that set off military spending increases? Because, again, I think we're already there. Really, the key question, and I think my colleagues know this, the key question is, should China use force? Would other countries militarily intervene? And that's what caused the controversy after Prime Minister Takachi's remarks about 3 weeks ago in the Japanese parliament. And really, in response to what Victor said about foreign leaders, foreign countries being willing to shed blood, the only thing we could really say about that question is it will be up to the leaders of those countries at the time that this contingency occurs. There's simply no way to predict whether or not the U.S. president or the Japan prime minister or the Australian prime minister, at the time that such an event occurs, would they be willing to dispatch their military and engage in what would be a hot war with China?
Victor, what do you make of that? I mean, jump in, please, if you feel you want to respond to this idea of can you imagine a nuclear-armed Japan and South Korea in response to China's actions in Taiwan? That's a big risk for China to take, is it not?
allow me to mention, I'm shocked to hear some of the remarks from the other co-panelists. They talk about Japan as if Japan is in the same line with China. No. If you read the United Nations Charter, there is a particular clause called enemy state, and Japan is an enemy state as far as that clause is concerned. Meaning, the Japanese government are prohibited from possessing combative weapons of aggression to constitute another threat to the victor nations, including China. And if, for example, Japan wants to rearm and to constitute another threat to the victor nations, including China, the United Nations Charter authorizes the victor nations to take unilateral military actions against Japan without the need to consult and inform the United Nations Security Council beforehand. That means if you look at China and Japan, they are not equal. One is the country which unconditionally surrendered in 1945. The other country, China, is a victor nation, together with other allied countries like the United States. So never talk to me about Japan developing nuclear weapons. If they do that, that will be the moment of their annihilation, because they will constitute threat to China, and China has all the power and the authorization to destroy that new menace from Japan. China will never allow Japan to become another militaristic or fascist country because of the prohibition of the United Nations Charter. And that is part of the condition upon which Japan unconditionally surrendered. And no one should even think about Japan raising its head of fascism again to threaten China.
Bill, do you want to jump in?
That's a really good reason for why the status quo should be preserved. I mean, if you don't want to unravel the post-war security order in East Asia, then preserve the current status of Taiwan and carry on with business as usual. I think that Victor has made a very strong case there for preventing a whole series of unforeseen consequences from China attempting to change the status quo over Taiwan.
Allow me to add a point. I think to preserve the legacy of the Second World War is to make sure China is a united country. And no one should indulge in the fantasy that China should ever be separated across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Meaning, to achieve national unity for China is a precondition of preserving the victory legacy of the Second World War. If you argue with me otherwise, you either don't read history or you are misguided by your misperception of the realities of the world. If any one country wants to fight militarily against China to prevent China's reunification, he or she will be doomed to failure. If you ever want to try that, then you are really playing peril for yourself.
Can I ask a question of Victor?
Yeah,
Victor, do you think
as far as the United Nations enemy state clause, many experts do consider that obsolete, and even China voted for a resolution affirming that it was obsolete, and that vote was in the 1990s. So whether or not it still applies is actually it's kind of an unresolved legal question at the moment. But I do think that the likelihood of Japan developing nuclear weapons in the near term is highly unlikely. However, the reality is that Japan is significantly increasing its defense budget. They've been doing so ever since Abe came back as prime minister in 2012, and that's continued under Abe's successors since 2020. They've changed their prime minister multiple times, but it's clear that the trajectory is for increased spending, not just by Japan, but again, as I said, by other countries in the region. So we are in an arms race here in Asia.
Bill, you wanted to ask a question of Victor?
Please allow me to mention something obsolete without being terminated still is not terminated. Therefore, allow me to emphasize for your benefit, as well as the benefit of our audience, that the United Nations Charter Enemy Clause remains on the book, and it can be triggered if Japan wants to move in the wrong direction of rearmament and remilitarization to such an extent that it constitutes a threat to China. China will go to war with Japan if Japan wants to rearm itself, as well as even possessing the nuclear weapon, because that is the right authorized by the victor nations as reflected in the enemy clause in the United Nations Charter. Don't be misguided about the so-called obsolete of that clause. That clause remains on the book. I've checked with the Security Council office just recently, and they reaffirmed the validity of that enemy clause. So don't play with fire. If you advise Japan, ask them to read very carefully.
Bill, you wanted to ask a question of Victor. Go ahead. But I also want to ask you, Bill, does Victor have a point here?
Well, it does. I mean, we're all kind of getting a bit hypothetical here. I mean, my question, my comments about, the next stage all followed from, a forcible change of the status quo over Taiwan. And saying that if the status quo does change, then I think, it will trigger a whole load of other moves, by the regional powers, by Japan, by South Korea, and, presumably, wider than that as well. But I do think there's an interesting question here. I mean, given that it's, so long since, China, the mainland, actually ruled Taiwan, I just wonder, asking Victor, hypothetically, do you think that the Irish are a different group of people, a different nation to the British, Victor?
You are completely wrong. The better comparison is the United Nations versus the Confederation. There was only one country, that is the United States of America. The Confederation wants to break away from the Union. And if you test the opinion at that time, probably up to 100% of the people in the Confederation wanted to break away from the Union. Why President Lincoln was ranked as one of the greatest presidents of the United States. He refused to accept that. He wants to use force to bring back the Confederation into the Union. Therefore, as you can see, President Lincoln and the Federation won. The Confederation was defeated. They were brought back into the Union by force, by defeating the Confederation. This is a better comparison for the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. China will never allow breakaway of Taiwan, because if you read the Potsdam Proclamation and the Cairo Declaration, Taiwan in its entirety should be returned to China upon the unconditional surrender of Japan. And it was returned. Now, there was a civil war afterwards, but there was only one China. China being separated across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, that is a fact. But there is only one China. And if Taiwan wants to break away from China, China will need to bring them back into China by force, as President Lincoln did vis-a-vis the Confederation. That is not aggression. That is not using force against another country. That is civil war, as the civil war in the United States. Thereafter, the United States has always been one country under God, indivisible. China should always be indivisible after the reunification of Taiwan.
Yeah, but I think if we went back 120 years when Ireland was part of the United Kingdom, and we can see that things change. And if people decide that they are a nation and that they deserve self-determination, well, why shouldn't they have self-determination?
Allow me to emphasize, what the British or the English or the Irish want to do, it's their business. What the Chinese want to do here on the two sides of the Taiwan Strait, it is our business. As I declared just now, there is only one China. If you go back to Ireland and ask your government whether they recognize two China or one China, one Taiwan, you will be informed that they recognize only one China. They recognize that Taiwan is part of China, and China has full authorization as a sovereign country to deal with a part of its territory which wants to break away. And the better principle you need to keep in your mind is what President Lincoln did with the Confederation. Whatever Lincoln did to the Confederation, China has the right to do the same for the so-called breakaway Taiwan province.
That brings me to something I want to bring you in here on, Ross, because Victor says, you know, what happens is up to China, but it's also up to what Taiwan wants as well. And we're seeing China carrying out bigger, bolder military drills closer to Taiwan. It's enacting this kind of anaconda strategy of sort of strangling the island. Is that emboldening people in Taiwan to want to resist China? Or is it making them more submissive, realizing they cannot outfight the might of China?
Well, for many people, it's probably somewhere in the middle. Consistent with what Victor has said, people here know that a unilateral declaration of independence, if, for example, the government and the people had a consensus that they were going to change the name from Republic of China to the Republic of Taiwan, and this is what people typically call formal independence. I think people here know that the most likely outcome of that would be an immediate Chinese attack. At the same time, the number of people here who are saying we want to reunify with China on China's terms, which is similar to what China offered or implemented in Hong Kong and Macau, one country, two systems. The number of people here who support that as a short-term occurrence is very small, which means most people here, for now, prefer the status quo. But there is an interesting aspect to this, and it does go to your question. They do have elections here. And over the past nearly 30 years of democratic elections, the electorate has switched back and forth a few times. They've elected more independence-minded leaders, and they've also elected leaders who preferred a closer relationship with China and adamantly opposed Taiwan independence and emphatically believe that Taiwan is part of one China. And the voters elected a leader like that two times in recent decades, in 2008 and 2012. But in 2016 and 2020, the voters emphatically elected a more independence-minded leader. And in 2024, it was a really strange result because the independence-minded leader was elected with only 40% of the vote because the other 60% was split between two candidates who were more moderate when it came to dealing with China. So it actually shows that, at least at the moment, the majority seems to be just wanting some moderation. They don't want to go for independence because they're concerned about a immediate Chinese use of force. But they don't want to unify either. And it seems that now they want to get along with China. I think at the moment, one could say that the public is a little concerned with some of the moves that the government has made that may have inflamed tensions. There are many people who support the government wholeheartedly, but it does seem at the moment that there's a trend to say, well, maybe we need to get along better with China.
When we talk about getting along with China, I guess that turns us to the United States, one of Taiwan's key friendships, I should say, an unofficial friendship and interesting relationship with China recently. Taiwan is a key US partner, though, in the Indo-Pacific. The US obviously doesn't officially recognise its sovereignty, but it does oppose unilateral changes to the status quo from either side, I should note, going to what you said there, Ross. Earlier this year, though, the White House reportedly discouraged Taiwan's leader from visiting the US over the summer so as not to anger China. This was all happening during the trade wars between Washington and Beijing. So, Bill, that begs the question for many people. Would President Trump compromise Taiwan's territorial integrity, Taiwan's status quo, in order to maintain his relationship with China?
I think, unfortunately, the bad answer to that is only President Trump knows that. But it might be different today than it is tomorrow. But I think, in terms of US posture over the last, half century or more, they've always seen the status quo as integral to the American position in Asia. And I think from a defense and security perspective, maintaining Taiwan's, self-rule is absolutely critical to US, national security in a global sense. That said, of course, President Trump has been consistent on two things throughout his career. One is he absolutely hates, what he thinks of as unfair trade, and he blames China for that. But the other one is he absolutely hates foreign wars. So whether he would actually be willing to go to war is a moot point, I think, and whether he thinks he could do some kind of deal that would somehow avoid China getting into a war with China and, getting some kind of good trade deal as he sees it from China, and that Taiwan ends up being the sort of, the collateral damage to that deal. I don't think we can confidently say yes or no, but I think it needs to be factored into any kind of consideration of this three-way relationship between China, the US, and the leadership in Taiwan.
Ross, how do you see that? Is Taiwan a bit of a pawn here in President Trump's game in relationship with China? Does Taiwan think that it's secure under President Trump?
Whether or not Taiwan's a pawn is a topic of endless conversation among talking heads like me here in Taiwan, among government officials, politicians, legislators arguing back and forth about this topic. We do know that the administration, the Trump administration, does include a number of people who are very strong supporters of Taiwan, starting with Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Rubio. So I think it's a safe assumption that he often counsels the president to show support for Taiwan, including things like letting William Lai transit the United States. Given the precedent that exists for these kinds of transit stops, there's literally decades of precedent. It happens once a year, typically. But ultimately, the decision maker is President Trump. That being said, I mentioned earlier this proposed defense supplemental budget of nearly $40 billion US. I do think that President Trump is inclined to approve large weapon sales to Taiwan. If Taiwan is willing to make the money available, then I think the administration will sell a significant amount of new weapons or additional weapons for systems it has already sold. For example, more Patriot missile batteries. And that there's precedent because the U.S. has already sold Patriots to Taiwan. And I think President Trump would simply tell Xi Jinping that we've always sold weapons to Taiwan. You know that. We've not given up our sovereign right to sell weapons to Taiwan. And, to put it more simply, speaking as an American, Americans always support a fair fight. So if this is going to be a war, even if America is not going to send its troops to fight and die, I think America would continue to make weapons available to Taiwan.
What do you think about those weapons being available, Victor? Does that pose an issue for China?
Allow me to make one perspective. We talk about U.S.-Taiwan relations as if, they started from yesterday. No. When Dr. Henry Kissinger made the secret visit to China in 1971, when President Nixon made the state visit to China in 1972, the United States had diplomatic relations with the Republic of China in Taiwan. And the United States and Taiwan, or the Republic of China, had a defense treaty. And the United States stationed tens of thousands of military troops in Taiwan. In order to normalize relations with the People's Republic of China, the United States broke off all these points. They decided to withdraw all the U.S. troops stationed in Taiwan back out of Taiwan. They broke off diplomatic recognition with Taiwan. They even rescinded the U.S. ROC Defense Treaty, which was a domestic law in the United States. They did all the impossibilities in order to do what? To normalize relations with the People's Republic of China. Now, yes, of course, the United States is still supplying weapons to Taiwan, but do you know where will be these weapons? after the reunification. Most of these weapons, if not destroyed, will be on display in a military museum, either somewhere in Taiwan or in mainland China. Therefore, if you think that the weapons supplied to Taiwan by the United States will enable the separatists in Taiwan to defeat China, you are indulging in fantasy. The United States publicly acknowledges, in terms of a conventional weapon, the Chinese conventional weapons are not inferior to the United States. They are actually, in many cases, already superior to the US weapons. In terms of other weapons, China's weapons are ahead of the United States. For example, President Trump is talking about F-47, for example, the 6th generation of the Phantom stealth planes. China is already producing 2 types of that from 2 manufacturers, one in Chengdu, the other one in Shenyang. And if the United States does not have the supply of rare earth from China, their defense industry will grind down to a halt. So don't think, if you think about the war between China and the United States will win the war. What if they don't? What if they lose the war? Especially in a war close to the Chinese coastline, and every inch of land in Taiwan is fully covered by the long-range artillery pieces in Fujian, in Guangdong, and in Zhejiang. So you are talking about a completely one-sided war if the war ever breaks out. Let's all use our sanity to propose peace rather than agitating for war. The war will be quick. It will be very, very swift, and the result will not be surprising at all. And if you are betting on the wrong side of the equation, what if you are on the wrong side? What if you are on the losing side? That is the moment of truth. We all need to think about it. And China will never take any military action unless it is fully believed, fully convinced it is on the right side of history.
Okay.
What will make China to reach that conviction? To achieve national unity is always the right thing for China to do. And to defend and preserve the victory legacy of the Second World War after defeating Japanese fascism is always the right thing to do. If you are a British or an Australian, don't forget all the atrocities and the crimes against humanity, against your nationals, and humanity as a whole committed by the Japanese fascism in the Second World War.
We're going to come back to Japan in just a moment, but I want to bring our other 2 guests back in. Ross, it doesn't sound like China's not thinking about war.
Certainly China is preparing for war. The increase in defense spending in recent decades has been tremendous, as has the increase in the capabilities of the branches of China's military. Victor's correct about that. China's technological capability, their ability to combine arms across the different services, whether that's air, naval, or land forces, or their rocket forces, and increasingly cyber and space, is commensurate with how we generally perceive China's rapid growth in its technological capabilities in recent decades. Certainly, if there is a war and the United States and its allies, whether that's Japan or Australia, decide to join, thousands of soldiers and sailors and airmen from every country involved in this conflict will certainly die. This will be not just a drone war. People increasingly talk about drone wars, but this will be fought in large part on the sea or in the Taiwan Strait, possibly on land in Taiwan as well if China successfully makes the landing. And again, civilians will die, soldiers will die, and it'll be a horrible, horrible conflict. That's not, those possibilities, which do exist, they're very real, that's still not going to stop the United States from selling weapons to Taiwan or stop Taiwan from increasing its defense budget. Those are just realities that are going to happen.
Bill, you're shaking your head there. Do you agree? I mean, whether or not the US might step in and intervene, certainly not blinking an eye at supplying Taiwan with some of its most cutting-edge defenses.
Yeah, I think the thinking from countries that are broadly supportive of the status quo is that they want to make war unthinkable. And if the more that they can bolster Taiwan's defenses and therefore make an invasion either a failure or too costly, for the People's Republic of China, then that's a way of preserving the status quo. So the more advanced weaponry that Taiwan has, the greater the numbers of drones, etc., will deter China. And this is really, I think, getting to this, idea, we're going back to Cold War deterrence here. It's really about, what can I do to inflict damage on you that will stop you doing something that I don't like? It's pretty bare-knuckle stuff, really. And when you hear Victor using this 1930s language about, invasions and acquiring, using force against neighbors and all the rest of it, then, it kind of just brings home, the urgency, I think, that people, the countries, that leaderships feel about the necessity of maintaining the status quo in East Asia.
Victor, President Joe Biden explicitly pledged several times during his term in office to come to Taiwan's defence if war erupted. Do you think that Taiwan can equally rely on President Trump? Do you think that he is as willing and determined to step in as his predecessor was? Because even though you were saying that the US should be worried, Joe Biden wasn't worried. He said we're going to be there. Maybe President Trump's going to say the same.
Thank you. Each time President Biden made such remarks, he was corrected by his Department of State as well as Department of Defense at that time, now called Department of War, fortunately. That means there is still sanity in Washington, even during the presidency of President Biden. And for the validity of the points made by President Biden, you just need to listen to what President Trump is saying. He says he's an autopan. He does not have brain operating in the normal way. I do not want to be involved in comments like that. But allow me to say, whether the US president decides to be involved or not, the United States will not win that combat if it ever happens across the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. Therefore, to think about providing more weapons to Taiwan so they can deter China's reunification is indulging in fantasy. That sounds to me as a recipe for ripping off Taiwan by charging them billions of dollars by selling arms, which will not turn out to be effective at all. Why? Why do I say this? If you assume there will be a war between China and the United States, does the United States have full confidence it will win the war? No, there is no such confidence in Washington that if war breaks out between China and the United States, even the total war, the United States will always have 100% assuredness of their winning the war. Therefore, why do you want to believe that Taiwan, which is part of China, and the United States fully recognizes this one China policy, wants to supply weapons, and they will believe that Taiwan, with these weapons, will be able to hold off China if China wants to exercise its legitimate right of achieving national unity? Come on, you are not being that unsophisticated, I hope. Therefore, all the talks about sending more weapons to Taiwan seems to me is a sure recipe of ripping off Taiwan, try to get some more money out of that. And now you are talking about $50 billion US dollars. You will even charge them $500 billion US dollars, and they will still not be able to hold off the almightiness of the Chinese nation if we decide to make sure that national unity will be achieved at any cost. This is the noblest thing for the Chinese nation to achieve in our lifetime.
Ross, is the US just trying to rip off Taiwan, getting some more money by selling it weapons that it can't use and won't need?
That's a question that's also a matter of frequent public discussion here. There are literally tens of billions of dollars of past U.S. weapon sales that have not been delivered. The Trump administration in its first term sold Taiwan 66 F-16 aircraft, for example. That sale was announced in 2019. The contracts were signed in 2020. The aircraft were supposed to be delivered by now, and they still haven't been delivered. And now there's talk about, well, maybe next year some of them will be delivered, but not all of them will be delivered next year. So it certainly is a source of frustration here, and it does give opponents to the defense spending a pretty potent talking point to say these weapons are expensive. And we thought the U.S. was our friend, but then we spent the money and the goods didn't arrive. The goods got prioritized for Ukraine, for example, or there was COVID and all these excuses about delays in the supply chain. So yes, people here do talk about that topic. We also have to keep in mind that the opposition parties do control the legislature. So whether or not Leigh's proposed $39.85 billion supplemental defense budget will easily pass through Taiwan's parliament, that is actually unknown at the moment. He only announced this last week. It's still very early days. The opposition will be under tremendous pressure. Victor, you might not like it, but the reality is the opposition will be under pressure from the United States to pass this budget. And maybe the opposition will say, well, we'll approve some of it, but not all, or we want milestones before we release additional tranches of funding. But again, I do think it will pass in some form, and the U.S. will make available additional weapons.
I want to circle us back to Japan for our final segment here, because Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi has sparked a related row with China. She told Parliament that a Japanese attack on Taiwan would also threaten Japan and therefore could trigger Japanese military action. I know we've discussed it in various points earlier in this debate, but I want to focus on it just in this last segment. Bill, I want to ask you, is there any justification to Japan's concerns here that an attack on Taiwan also threatens Japan's national security?
Well, it completely upends Japan's security position in East Asia. At the moment, all of the islands that are off China's coast are, in effect, controlled by governments who have a friendly relationship with the US and are skeptical, let's say, of China. Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, etc. And if that changes, then of course it's going to fundamentally change Japan's strategic position. That's just a fact of geopolitics, geostrategy. So therefore, it is going to critically affect, Japan's security posture. And also, as a supplement, any war that involves, around Taiwan that starts to involve United States forces, well, a lot of those forces are based in Japan. There may be attacks on American forces in Japan, for example. So again, that would necessarily impact, Japanese security. So I think what she was saying, although it was, absolutely, red rag to China's bull here, was basically, she was just saying the quiet part out loud. Everybody knows this, but you're just not supposed to say it in public.
What do you think about that, Victor? I mean, security postures change, geopolitics develops, alliances, friends, foe, that all changes with time. Why isn't Japan allowed to update and modernize its security posture?
First of all, Prime Minister Takaichi's very outrageous remark is a very dangerous indication of neo-Japanese fascism and neo-Japanese militarism. Why? Because ever after Japan's unconditional surrender in 1945, this was the first time a sitting Japanese prime minister threatened use of war against another country. And that country turned out to be China. Now, Japan is strictly, legally prohibited to constitute another threat to China by law, by the terms of its unconditional surrender. We should not forget that. We should always keep that in mind. The terms of the unconditional surrender of Japan
But Japan wouldn't be the first country to change that. That was a long time ago. And what's been written in the UN doesn't necessarily is always adhered to.
No, it's not a long time ago. Japan caused the loss of life, 35 million lives in China. China will never forget the atrocities and the crimes against humanity they committed in China. And the burdens placed upon Japan by the unconditional surrender instrument have no time limit. Japan is always required to be a peaceful nation rather than a militaristic nation. And I told my American friends, remember Pearl Harbor. If Japan can betray its commitments it undertook as far as its unconditional surrender to China is concerned, they can easily betray the commitments they entered into vis-a-vis the United States. And then you need to prepare for another attack on Pearl Harbor or anywhere else. Therefore, to make sure that Japan remains a pacifist country is an utmost important thing in this part of the world, and no country, no individual, including our two distinguished panelists here, together we are sharing this panel, should ever allow the danger of neo-Japanese militarism or neo-Japanese fascism to raise its dangerous head. It will be quashed before it can be raised against China.
Ross, is Japan more of a threat in the region than China is?
Japan's security concern, first and foremost, is to defend the Japanese homeland. Frankly, I was a little critical of the reaction here in Taiwan to Prime Minister Takaichi's remarks because there were many people here who took it as a commitment to come to fight for Taiwan, which is not really what she said. The most basic essence of what she said was, if there is a conflict between China and Taiwan, it is, of course, a security risk to Japan. And that's true, as Bill pointed out. And they would be on alert. They would be watching. They may have to evacuate Japanese nationals from Taiwan if there's a war, and they would be using their military resources, understandably, to do that. But she didn't specifically say that Japan will come to Taiwan's military assistance in the event of a conflict. But unfortunately, I think a lot of people here in Taiwan reacted that way. And there were Taiwan politicians putting photos on social media of themselves eating Japanese seafood and saying, oh, we should all go visit Japan because Chinese tourists aren't going to Japan. I thought that was a bit of a silly overreaction here in Taiwan. But as far as how the rest of the region views Japan's increased military spending in recent years and going forward, China is certainly critical of that, but we really don't see or hear a critical voice from other countries in the region. We don't see the ASEAN countries criticizing Japan's increase in defense spending, nor do we hear those countries criticizing Australia's increase in defense spending or even the United States' increased interest in deployments in this part of the world as well. So to answer your question, no, we don't hear that message coming from ASEAN countries, for example.
Allow me to make a point. Yes. Before the surprise attack on Pearl Harbor, not many people in the United States were critical of what the Japanese government was doing at the time. But then Pearl Harbor happened. So the fact that not many people are critical of what Japan is doing doesn't mean that they are doing the right thing. You need to put it in historical perspective. You need to realize that the current international order we are living in through was more or less started in 1945 upon the unconditional surrender of Japan. That is the pillar. That is the Big Bang event. And we are all living in the overshadow of that Big Bang event. Now, if you want to change it, if you really want to allow the rearmament of Japan and the remilitarization of Japan, even if you are not fully aware of the consequences, you may one day be surprised. Look how many Australian soldiers were butchered by the Japanese military. Look at how many British prisoners of war were killed. Look at the long march of death. And look at all the atrocities they committed in the Philippines, in the ASEAN nations, in all the Pacific islands against the Americans, for example. And do you think President Roosevelt said the wrong thing when he said Japan was the country of infamy? Today was the day of infamy, and the Americans will never allow another Pearl Harbor. Why? Because you should never think about the possibility of Japan betraying its commitments it entered when it unconditionally surrendered, to raise its dangerous militaristic head in this part of the world. Because, allow me to warn you, that moment will be a moment of destruction. That moment will herald in war, and that moment will also herald in the annihilation of Japan as a country, because they betrayed their commitments. They want to rearm, they want to reconstitute another threat to a country like China, and they will forfeit their right to live as a peaceful nation, as they committed to when they unconditionally surrendered to China in 1945.
All right, let me just get a final response from Bill on that. What do you think? I mean, their unconditional surrender, times have changed. Are countries not allowed to adapt to the changing environment, or is Japan too much of a risk?
Well, I think Victor's bellicose, warlike language is an amazing revelation, really. I mean, I don't think anybody in the region is convinced by his portrayal of Japan, but they're increasingly worried about China's posture. It's China is the country that's the one that's threatening to go to war. Japan isn't. You know, as we were hearing, you know, ASEAN, Southeast Asian countries, other countries haven't raised concerns about what Japan's doing, but they are mightily concerned about what China is doing. And Victor's language today is the language of the 1930s, war, taking territory, you know, fighting people. I don't think it convinces the region. I don't think it convinces the region of China's case. I think it convinces the region that China is the problem here. And I think, you know, that's increasingly the situation that we're heading into in the next few years.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. We are going to have to leave it there. It's been a very interesting discussion. Let's hope we don't have to revisit it with a change of tone anytime soon. But we appreciate your analysis on all these diverse points. Ross Feingold, political analyst and director of the Association of Americans Resident Overseas. Victor Gao, Vice President of the Beijing-based Centre for China and Globalisation, and Bill Hayton, Associate Fellow with the Asia-Pacific Programme at Chatham House. Thank you all for being with us here on Counterpoints. And thank you to you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and our interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can catch us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is the cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambiance of the place and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance, and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions, from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump's top team are in Moscow as they conduct peace talks with Vladimir Putin. The death toll from the Indonesian floods rises above 700 as rescue workers continue to search affected areas. And documenting Diddy, Netflix releases the much-anticipated Reckoning of Sean Combs, produced by industry rival 50 Cent. Now, US Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, are in Moscow today as the US aims to end the war with Ukraine. It comes days after US and Ukrainian delegates gathered in Florida to fine-tune the US-backed peace plan, which has been viewed as favorable to Russia. Speaking ahead of the summit, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the administration felt optimistic. Take a listen.
The president's entire team, including Special Envoy Witkoff and Secretary Rubio and the vice president and the president himself, Secretary Hegseth as well, have been working so hard on this effort, and they all really want to see this war come to an end. This is sort of the shuttle diplomacy that you've seen from this administration play out, where we speak equally with both sides. We've put points on paper. Those points have been very much refined, but as for the details, I will let the negotiators negotiate, but we do feel quite good, and we're hopeful that this war can finally come to an end.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Gemma and Jono, great to have you on the show with me. Jono, let's start with you, because I feel like we heard from Caroline Leavitt there. The White House has sounded pretty optimistic as these negotiations go on over the last couple of weeks. Donald Trump saying we're close to a deal. You know, it's all positive mood music from the US, but we're waiting for Trump's announcement and for more details to come out about these talks that are happening in Moscow today. But what's at stake? That's a big question here. And if Vladimir Putin will ever capitulate anything.
So what's really at stake here is whether we're actually moving closer to the war coming to an end, or whether we're watching play out at just another diplomatic false dawn, which is very possible. Trump's team obviously signalling the optimism that we're hearing there from Caroline Leavitt, which we know. The sticking points haven't changed on home turf back in Ukraine and in Moscow. We know that there's no change there. Russia still wants territory. Ukraine not going to hand over any is what they're saying. Europe is terrified that it's going to be boxed into a deal that in some way is going to compromise them from a security point of view. And also the long-term security for Europe is what is to the fore from them. And then OK, it's good news Putin is actually speaking now, which is a nice change on this as well. But he is likely to not want to budge on what he would like. So the red lines haven't changed from anyone's point of view. So saying that we're closer to a deal, I think, is just real optimism from the point of view of Washington. But they will want to portray that as something that's going to happen. We will know a little bit more after today, after the White House speaks, perhaps if the US is likely to get Moscow to slightly move and shift the Kremlin to make some decisions and actually be able to find a solution here. But as it looks on the surface, we're just watching more theatrics play out in front of us. That's it. Peace, territory, security guarantees, Europe's future stability, all these things need to fall into place. And that's a lot of moving parts, a lot of cogs that need to go into place.
I did find it really interesting because today we heard from Vladimir Putin. He had an investment forum, and at that investment forum, he touched on what was happening and on the talks. And he spoke quite openly, actually. He said that European seat demands are not acceptable to Russia. So he's basically said that straight off the bat. Europeans do not have a peaceful agenda. They're on the side of war. And if Europe wants to fight war, we are ready now. So this was all ahead of his talks with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. And many people were saying, was he pitch rolling to basically say, we're not going to accept any demands you're here with, but we're prepared to talk?
It was like he was already getting his talking points out there,
yeah,
right?
I think that's what he wanted to do.
Again, switch the narrative onto Europe this time.
And I think that's, again, he's a great, he plays that part really well. But what Moscow wants is those security guarantees, limitations. They don't want NATO involved in that. That's a disaster for them, and they know that. And I think that's where Europe will probably panic a little bit. But then you've got the Trump administration knowing that Europe does everything far too slow for Trump to be satisfied with. They're concerned that this is a rushed deal, when in fact it's quite the opposite. This has been planned out. The 19 points have been in there, reduced down from the 29 points. We've known that already. This has been thought out as a process, but it's not moving fast enough for Trump's liking, and that's why we're seeing the interjection of the White House right now.
So, Gemma, let's talk a little bit about that, because we've obviously seen lots of plans about plans, and we've never reached a ceasefire agreement. Sticking details are still obviously the same as they've been for a long time. Do you think Ukraine is going to have to put up its hands and give away some territory and say, OK, this is the only option we have on the table. We're still getting bombarded by Russia. We're losing people. Apparently, according to reports today, Provosk, a very, very strategically important place Russia claims they have. I mean, Ukraine are kind of backed into a corner.
I do wonder here if we've got what does Ukraine want to do and what might they ultimately be forced to do once they're brought to the table. Because at the moment, they're not at the table again. Neither's Europe. This is just US and Russia talking. Now, territory has always been the biggest and most contentious issue. And as you said, it has not changed since the very start. No one's budged at all on this. And Zelensky has been very firm. He's called it the territory is the most difficult, subject that they're moving around. Now, he has repeatedly said, he hasn't changed his tune either, that he's not going to, cede any territory. There are reasons for him, sticking to this. If he cedes territory to Russia, it could further embolden Russia to think, we have this territory, where are we going to look next? It's not what the majority of Ukrainians want. It's not what, the people he represents want. Now, implementing this, say they cede territory, the amount of administrative, legal, security, humanitarian issues, this will go on for years and years and years. What all of those issues will throw up if territories are given to Russia or returned to Russia, however you see it. Now, as you said earlier, the fears are that this peace plan is going to be more favourable to Russia. What we could see then is stronger ties, again, between the US and Russia, which would put Europe's kind of out. Europe's kind of not at the table anyway, but perhaps further away from the table. Europe has a lot of fears, namely that this plan is not going to weaken Russia or prevent them from looking further afield next time.
And I think Europe has real security concerns, and I think this is a big problem because, like you said, if they do cede this territory, where is Russia going to stop? And I think Europe is also in the position that a lot of them think we're NATO countries, the US promised to support us, and now we feel kind of isolated in this situation.
If Zelensky runs the risk, which he does now, if he rejects the plan from the US's point of view, he runs the risk of losing the US support, which is something he can't have happen. We're 11 years into the wider conflict, 3 years and 9 months into the main conflict that we're experiencing right now. It's always been this sticking point whereby Zelensky is going to have to concede territory. How much territory that is comes down to what this peace plan and process puts into place if it comes off. But I think he's losing a battle with the US if he thinks he's going to concede no territory. We know that it's part of their plan. Europe have got it. In part of the 19 points, it says that there will be territories lost by Ukraine. He can't dig his heels in for much longer and continue to get the support of the US and garner support from Europe if you've given somebody an out and a solution of sorts that keeps Russia at bay. Yes, they're right to be concerned, of course. Russia may go in and take more land, but the concessions there's a plan there.
And I also wonder, we speak a lot about Europe in this war that's been happening for a long time and been frozen out of talks, but Europe have done a lot for Ukraine financially, giving them weapons. Europe have been by their side. When the White House Oval Office went so wrong, we saw Zelensky fly to meet Keir Starmer in the UK. Zelensky's in Ireland today. There's been so much support for Zelensky, but how long can Europe keep bankrolling this for is going to be the big question too, because we see in Europe lots of countries have their own financial crisis at the moment.
Yeah, his visit, I saw figures of like 125 million was promised. from his visit to Ireland. Some of it financial aid, some of it, I don't think military was mentioned, but...
So they can't. I mean, they're not a NATO country. Ireland are part of the EU, but it's a chance to go and visit another country that's in the thank them for humanitarian support, which is what this was. It's been kind of framed as a diplomatic refuel more than anything else. Landing there is a safe bet. It's not a NATO country, you know, but it's still within the EU. And so it was unplanned. It was a brief stop, and it was just, it was exactly that. A thank you for your humanitarian assistance that you've sent so far, which has been more than generous. However, he would have to probably do that to a lot more countries in order to continue garnering support. He may have an out here, being given to him by Donald Trump, silver platter kind of a vibe. And as we know, the administration, Trump himself, does not bode well to somebody who says, thanks for your deal, I'm not okay with it, I'm not going to take it, and you run the risk of losing support.
And the problem is what happens if they lose the US support. And, you know, we can see that Europe's been on the back foot and peddling all this way through it. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's see if we get any more lines as the day goes on. Now let's move on to another story. The recent floods in Indonesia have killed over 700 people as rescue workers continue to search affected areas. Around 1 million people have been evacuated, with thousands cut off and without critical supplies. Thailand, Malaysia and Sri Lanka have also been affected by cyclones and storms. Gemma, this is a truly devastating disaster. If we have a look at the pictures, it's becoming quickly one of Indonesia's deadliest natural disasters in years. Why? Where did this come from?
So it's the death toll has now surpassed 700. That's 3.2 million people affected. That's across Thailand, Malaysia and Sri Lanka. Now, this is quite a rare occurrence. What you've had a very rare cyclone hitting 3 provinces at the same time as the heaviest monsoon rains. So it's not something that happens on a regular basis, but it's just the timing has occurred. Now, the water came very, very fast. We will see from the images, you know, the villages have been swept away, roads covered, bridges collapsed and swept away because of the speed at which this was moving. Now, you've got thousands of people still cut off from, you know, there's no internet, so it's very hard to contact people. Critical supplies are not going to be able to get through because of the roads are gone. And now, after the floods start to subside, you're going to face all these problems which come from a natural disaster, which is the lack of clean water, the spreading of disease, the hospitals full, aid workers unable to get there. But really, it was, to use a kind of terrible term, it was the perfect storm because you had all these elements coming together as well. Now, there's been a lot of criticism for the government, which in times like this is perfectly natural. Indonesia has not declared a state of emergency, which Sri Lanka actually has. Now, critics say that the authorities were not prepared for these floods and that they should have been. And also that there's a lot of red tape, bureaucratic red tape, which has prevented aid services from being able to move quickly. So you've got a lot of things as well. The storms happened, and now you've got a lot of stuff, happening in the aftermath.
Yeah, it's really sad. And I did speak to somebody, a journalist in Jakarta earlier, and she was really interesting. Her name was Divyanti, and she was saying to me that she had people that she couldn't contact for days, and that's basically because they didn't have cell phones. Everything was washed away. So it's that panic through everyone, even if you live in the big cities and your family and friends aren't there. It's that the whole country is affected by this. But, Jono, 1 million people have actually been evacuated. I think just to put that humanitarian crisis into context is huge.
It's huge, but also 500,000 people are missing. So a death toll of 700 is a very, unfortunately, it's a low ball estimate on how many are going to actually have perished in this as well. But we're talking exactly like Gemma said, villages that have been completely unreachable by foot or any other means. The bridges are gone, the roads are destroyed. The humanitarian crisis that will now ensue is going to be astronomical. Hospitals are simply overwhelmed. We don't know what the situation is like with hospitals which are within areas which have been completely cut off because we've got no communication with them. And the operation is stretched across these 3 different provinces as well. So it's, yes, one of the largest natural disasters Indonesia and the region, in fact, has faced in years. But the scale of the emergency response is absolutely enormous here. And it will require the entire world to come to the fore to support this at a time like this. And again, there's a lot of speculation as regards what may have caused this. And Indonesia, for one, has fallen victim of the last couple of years of massive deforestation, massive mining.
A lot of it has been down to palm oil in Indonesia, the deforestation. So there's been lots of, in Indonesia, a big drive to stop that happening.
And the reason behind that is quite logical. If you look at it on the surface, it will stop the water running down the hill at a very fast rate if there are more trees there. And also the soil will be able to take on more water if there was roots from trees there. If you've had deforestation, you've had mining, you've got large gaps where the water is able to run into the area. So a fair criticism to say that the country's government probably were not prepared for this. In saying that, it's of such an enormous scale that it's very difficult to brief and prepare any emergency services for something that you've never had to deal with before. And I think 700, that number is going to go into the thousands if 500,000 people are still missing in Indonesia alone. It's going to be horrific.
And we think about it, but a lot of these economies, they rely on agriculture, you know, to grow their own crops, to sell them to their own villages. It's one of those economies that runs that way. You know, people are self-sufficient and also sell what they grow. And tourism is a massive thing in Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and a lot of these parts of Asia. And just Christmas coming up. So, you know, we've seen this horrendous natural disaster, but there'll probably be the ramifications for years to come, possibly.
Yeah, at a time of year when they were expecting money to be coming in, that's now going to be completely cut off. And the effects of this are going to be reverberating through generations. We've seen the government has sent, you know, 34,000 tons of rice, but, you know, how is that going to get there? How many people is that going to feed? So, yeah, the ramifications are huge.
And exactly as you said, from the tourism point of view, I think that's where a lot of people will have chosen to spend their holidays. As we know, anything like this, a war zone, a natural disaster, earthquakes, specifically in that area is quite prone to earthquakes, have the knock-on effects for years and years. Tsunamis is another one. And something like floods kind of puts the frighteners of people for a very, very long time afterwards. The last thing you want is to go on a holiday and get stranded. And we're seeing so much on social media of people who are struggling to get back out again, of areas that have been completely cut off. So I think, unfortunately, the knock-on effects will last, like Gemma said, for many years down the line from this, unfortunately.
Thank you for your thoughts on that, Jono and Gemma. Let's move on now. And the UK government is unveiling plans to tackle a High Court backlog with jury trials possibly limited to the most serious crimes. Justice Secretary David Lammy warns delays are leaving victims waiting for years for a trial to come off the ground. So this is such an interesting story that's been coming out of the UK. It's been sort of drip, 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 drip. We had a bit of a leak and now we're getting more information. I mean, tell us about it, this big shake-up of the justice system.
So here's the issue. The government have said they've been handed kind of this poison chalice when it comes to court cases. 80,000 people currently waiting for a jury trial, which is an astronomical number of cases to try and get through. And for those of you who don't know how a jury trial system will work, the process and the amount of dates that is required just to get to court and to get to the bench with a case with a jury is quite significant. Jury selection, it's an expensive process. Jury trials, by definition, cost a lot of money. Ireland, the UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand all still have jury trials. The US also. But most of the rest of the world simply do not, because it's not very efficient and it may not be the best way to handle things. Normally, if it's a case that is low enough to be heard in perhaps a district or a circuit court, that can be heard by the judge, who will be judge, jury and sentence, an executioner effectively in all of the cases. When it goes to High Court or perhaps in a circuit court whereby it's felt that it's need to be heard by a jury, that's when the jury comes into play. It is very long, it is very drawn out as a process, and 80,000 cases will be a very long backlog. People are waiting 5 years even from their prosecution through until when they are sentenced. It's very inefficient as a system. So moving it to this, it's not that they're saying it's an overhaul, massive, for the entire justice system for England and Wales, but it's a justice system which is archaic and has been around for hundreds of years. And perhaps the time may be to move it on and just do something a bit more efficiently, because this is not that.
It's been such an interesting debate happening over in the UK because, Jono, like you say, 78,000 cases waiting to be completed in the Crown Court. There's this crazy backlog of judges. A lot of it started in the COVID era and it's never really recovered. But the big problem is, Gemma, you know, we talk about this overhaul and we say it's good to just have a judge and cut out the jury when it comes to cases that are more lower grade cases. We're not talking about murder, we're not talking about rape or sexual assault. But does this protect the justice system, or does it undermine it? Because I think this is the important thing that we need to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's very... what I want to say, first of all, is that the UK can be very resistant to change. You know, you're calling for change, and I absolutely agree with you. But as a nation, very slow-moving, very resistant, often quite backward-looking. I can say that as a British person, I feel.
The Magna Carta.
Exactly. We've got to hark back to the Magna Carta. I think the questions arrive with, will these reforms sacrifice justice for productivity? Now, also, how will the public perceive these changes? Will they feel that something's being taken from them, or that the establishment is trying to get one over on them? You know, this is going to be very much a PR battle as well to kind of get these reforms through. There are benefits and there are drawbacks. Now, for me, the benefits are more efficient trials and a reduced backlog. You know, the 78,000, 80,000 is absolutely enormous. Victims will get swifter outcomes, so they're not just putting their lives on hold for the 5 years, you know, that it takes for their case to be heard. And the reduction of jury bias. You know, more often, juries can be biased. You know, people come in with their own, you know, way of looking at life, their own prejudices.
To choose a jury.
Yes, that's why jury selection takes such time, and it adds to the backlog. Now, critics have pointed to the fact that if you lose a jury, you also lose society feeling that they're somehow involved in their legal system, which they are. So you're losing the community checks and balances here that you know, it comes from people's investment in this. There's perhaps a loss of the feeling of transparency. A big concentration of power in institutional hands. And, you know, rightly or wrongly, judges in the UK often come from a certain class because they've, had the money to, you know, get themselves through, you know, law school and work their way up the ranks. And if you've got someone from the upper middle classes or upper classes as the judge, there's going to be a real... You're going to increase the distance, a kind of them and us feel, if you have perhaps someone from working class appearing in the dock. I think it's just going to create further distance, you know, and the class system already does that in the UK. And I also think there's the risk of institutional bias and corruption. You know, judges have their own worldview as well, you know, when they're looking at someone in the dock. So benefits and drawbacks for me, I think it's a great idea. I think it does need to be reformed, but there are lots of hurdles to get across first.
And I think this is exactly what we're seeing, because it still has to go for a vote in the Commons. And obviously the Labour whips would want the MPs to vote in line with Lammy, but so many critics of this from within the Labour Party say we're not going to vote in line with the whip. We don't think these reforms will clear the backlog like they wish to clear, and they want something else that's different.
And I think that's probably what realistically is needed, is kind of an interim, because now that this magistrate will be allowed to hand down periods of incarceration of up to 12 months, which is double what they're currently allowed to do, and it would be, again, a judge-only trial in that situation. If there was a lower court, so we're not quite at high court level, but we're talking drug offences which are not international drug trafficking, we're talking minor theft, I don't think we should be talking about violent and sexual assault offences, which this would be in part of the remit, which I think still need to be reserved for high court cases and to be heard by judge and jury. But if there was another interim system that was in place, that's not quite the High Court, but not quite circuit.
But then it's money again.
It's money, but again, 80,000 cases can't sit there for 5 years with nobody hearing them and not going to court. It's archaic.
To be honest with you, I actually think David Lammy has been quite bold in the reforms here that he's come out and spoken about, because it was leaked a few weeks ago, came across a lot of criticism. He's rolled with it. He's gone and spoke about it in the Commons. But I find the whole thing quite interesting, because all of this came out of the fact that a retired Court of Appeal judge, Sir Brian Leveson, actually came up with these series of proposals after being asked to do so by the Lords to clear the backlog. So he came up with these, and Lammy's kind of run with it. And one thing we can't forget is the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, was the head of Crown Prosecution in the UK, so he was a top lawyer. So the whole government must have seen this. And you know,
they're aware of the plans. It's not a bad plan. It's just that
I don't think it's a bad plan.
Getting past the naysayers, which will say that this is a complete change. But then again, the system is so, I think Gemma mentioned earlier, this system has been around for hundreds of years.
Yeah.
You can't take something that is hundreds of years old and say that works for the current way that we do things. Crime rates have skyrocketed. You need to have a different way of doing things. It can't be the same.
And, you know, just talk about you're not guilty until you're proven guilty. You know, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. And we're talking about a lot of people here who have lived 5 or 6 years of their life in limbo. They still haven't had a court case. They can't get a job. They can't move forward. They can't contribute to the economy. It's a really difficult cycle to get trapped in if you're in that situation.
And likewise for people who are guilty and who are potentially out on the street. They're likely not to have been incarcerated for the period of time that they've been on bail, effectively. These are dangerous criminals who are roaming the streets because the system can't get through them quick enough. And there will still be the prerequisite that you will have to be proven guilty beyond any reasonable doubt, which the judge will have to do that, instead of it being your peers instead. Juries make mistakes just as much as judges do. We've seen that happen in the past.
We all make mistakes, don't we? Yeah, but it's really interesting to see. Let's see what happens. I'm going to be watching that vote when it comes up in the Commons to see who is going to side with their own party. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Netflix have released the much-anticipated Diddy documentary produced by longtime rival and rapper 50 Cent. Sean Combs' The Reckoning features footage that was filmed just 6 days before the music mogul's arrest in September. Combs is currently serving a 4-year prison sentence after being found guilty of transportation to engage in prostitution. Here's a clip of what we can expect from the show.
We have to find somebody that'll work with us that has dealt in the dirtiest of dirty business. We're losing.
Puffy, Puff Daddy, Sean Combs. All of these reincarnations, all of those name changes are attached to really bad deeds.
Everything in life, you're going to have people that are bad and people that are good. You have to choose your side.
Well, Gemma, cannot wait to watch this. 4-part series will be coming out. Let's talk a little bit about all of this and what's happening. So 50 Cent, as we said, has had a big part in producing this. He's had a long-time public feud with Diddy, Sean Combs, you know, Puffy. You know, we heard loads of name checks there.
Yes.
Do viewers risk getting a biased portrayal of Diddy, or is it in the public interest to actually have this 4-part Netflix documentary?
So I think the documentary will likely be biased, but I think show me a documentary that isn't influenced by the director's worldview, that isn't, you know, influenced by the producers. So yeah, but 50 Cent has not changed his view in, like, decades, you know. It's not really a feud because it's more like 50 Cent's been trolling him, like, for years and years and years, but also over the years has been expressing concern about the parties Diddy throws, about the energy he gives off. It's well documented, all the things that he said, you know, and he's never shied away from that. On his part, Diddy has shied away from getting involved in a feud with 50 Cent, perhaps because he knew that 50 Cent could do a lot of damage if he said certain things that he truly wanted to go public with. Diddy's always professed his love for 50 Cent. I don't want to be in a feud with you, but 50 Cent has never kind of took the hand of friendship that Diddy has been so desperate to hold out to him. Do I think this is in the public interest? I absolutely do. And I'll tell you why. The director, Alessandra Stapleton, she's an Emmy Award-winning filmmaker. And she's talked about how what you're going to see in the footage, and it comes out today, doesn't it? So you're going to see a very rich and powerful man strategizing with his legal team about how he can fix the situation he has found himself in. And I think it gives us a peek behind the velvet curtain, not only of celebrity, but of super powerful celebrity. I think it can be quite hard to realise or to understand just how powerful P. Diddy was / still is, you know, only time will tell in the music industry. He was the man. And so we are getting this look at what these super wealthy do when they want to get something fixed.
And we can't forget P. Diddy. You know, he had this big, big clothing line. Not only that, he discovered Justin Bieber. He discovered Usher. You know, I look at the back in my life, Usher, you know, Puff Daddy, they were all... He was massive.
He launched J-Lo.
Yeah, J-Lo. He sort of owned what was sort of current at that time, if we look at it. But, you know, I think what's really interesting is I did see an interview that 50 Cent did give a little bit earlier about the production of this, along with the lady that you just mentioned. And he was saying it's not biased because they speak to everybody from Diddy's walks of life. So they speak to 2 jurors who actually made that final decision of the case of Diddy. And they speak to childhood friends and people who really supported him and known him for a long time and spoken to people from the other side of the aisle. So I think they've said that there is balance in it, which will be interesting to see because it's going to be a difficult one.
Well, it's going to be a messy one, that's for sure, because what we know that's in there is personal footage. Now, Diddy's team have said that personal footage was shot for Diddy's own lifelong documentary. I don't know how he was going to spin the story.
He said he started filming himself when he was 19.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I don't know how he was going to spin this into something that was Diddy-centric, that shone a good light on him, but he said that it wasn't meant for public release. It's certainly not for a series that was produced by somebody who he's had, and Gemma's enlightened me because I honestly had no idea what the beef was or what issue they had between them. But they don't like each other. Yeah. It's effectively, it's Donald Trump making a Biden documentary and just saying, here it is, here's what I think, here's what my view is on this guy. It raises that ethical question. Diddy's been proven guilty on some of the charges, okay, and then on the rest, which he continues to deny the allegations of, not so much. However, he is still incarcerated currently, which means that he doesn't really have the right to reply on this when it gets released because he is under federal state control, so he doesn't have the right to reply.
But his lawyers will still be able to have a right of reply.
And their right of reply is, we want to cease and desist.
Yeah.
We want you to stop. We don't want this to get out into the public. We would like to have time to come back and to rebuttal this in video or otherwise form. He can't respond. So releasing personal footage without crossing the line is where this is going to get very messy for Netflix. And they have, again, it's much like when we mentioned the juries, they've made mistakes before. So if they release something that is damning or incriminating or affects the current ongoing proceedings because he is waiting for sentencing, that's where it becomes messy.
So it's quite interesting because I did speak to a lawyer a little bit earlier and I asked him about this and he said it's very difficult in the United States to actually do that. It's very difficult to do a cease and desist and stop this because of your rights to be able to have an opinion and on free speech. And it's obviously very difficult. And we've seen this time and time again, especially in the entertainment world, to prove defamation. And the director said she obtained the footage legally, but you know, Puff Daddy says it was fundamentally unfair and illegal to use his private footage. But you're right, that could be the sticking point. But I think Netflix might be watertight. I don't know, that's my opinion. Don't know what you think, Gemma.
They haven't previously been, right?
But even if they're not watertight, they've got the time and the money to fight this. Yeah. But yeah, earlier you raised a baby reindeer.
Baby reindeer, there's been other ones as well. The Tinder swindler has taken him to court as well now. Not because Netflix have made mistakes, but because they've portrayed people without having that balance that is so important when it's a documentary.
Yeah, it will be interesting to watch it and see. But obviously, you know, Sean Combs has always said that he was innocent the whole way through this. And now we did see him serving out a sentence and he is doing time in jail. And it will be interesting to see how this is received from the public and what the interest is in it. So thank you so much for your thoughts on that. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Jono and Gemma have come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Gemma, yours is about this highly anticipated restaurant opening right here in Dubai, where we all are.
Already open.
Already open.
Yes.
Tell us, it's because it has a high-tech chef.
It has an AI chef.
Not the
File
one
that under only in Dubai, obviously, yes. This is restaurant called Woohoo in Dubai, and an AI chef has taken over the menu. So what they've done, they've fed into the technology data on taste combinations, food chemistry, and guest preferences. And the chef, called Chef Eamon, AI man, has come up with this menu. So tell me if you would be ordering this, Jono, okay? It's come up with dinosaur tartare. Now, dinosaur tartare is meant to recreate the taste of extinct reptiles and, here's the kicker, is served on a pulsating plate that appears to be breathing.
Let's not ask the vegan on that.
No.
Again.
We cannot ask Leigh Ann about this.
It's one of the last bastions. Let's not lose our chefs to AI. and something like this. It doesn't sound overly appetizing, but it does sound very Michelin-esque.
Yeah, okay. Is the pulsating plate? Yeah, because, in Michelin restaurants, they do, a lot of the theatrics. You remember the soil? They would make soil and then, bubbles and things like that. So, but yeah, we've also got seaweed butter. Which is Wagyu cooked in a Japanese clay pot. So some have just got, great names, and they are, things that one might enjoy. Now, the co-founder of Woohoo has said that Chef Eamon will one day become, quote, the next Gordon Ramsay, but AI. Would love to get Gordon Ramsay's perspective on that. Obviously, he's famously, reticent when talking about this kind of thing. Luckily for chefs, though, so any chefs, do not worry, because in recent polling, it found that out of 366 jobs, that chefs were the 213th least likely to lose their jobs to AI.
And I think people always want to eat.
Yes.
Don't they? Restaurants are always popular.
It's
hospitality.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an art. It's hospitality. I must admit, I'm looking at this restaurant. I am vegan for anyone who's watching, so a woohoo dinosaur breathing on a plate is not really my thing.
Does sound very
fun. Looks cool, though, right?
It looks so cool, doesn't it? I love the idea of the technology, the AI, how different it is. I don't know if it's somewhere I want to go every day, but I love the fact that it's so different and it's something we just haven't seen before. It's so cool.
I would love to know how AI has replicated what it thinks dinosaur tastes like. I bet it tastes like chicken. Everything does, doesn't they say that?
Most things do,
crocodile.
Wouldn't crocodile taste like chicken?
Well, it tastes like fishy chicken.
So,
chicken fish. Something like that.
Fishy chicken.
Fishy chicken.
Okay, nice.
Do they have anything vegan? If they don't, I better write to this AI bot chef.
We'll write to Chef Eamon.
I'm going to.
And ask him to come up with some vegan dishes
I think that's
on
a good
a
idea.
pulsating plate for you.
Not pulsating.
Right,
I don't want anything
pulsating.
And let's move on now to Jono's and finally talk about, different things. Breaking up before Christmas. It's the countdown to Christmas. What's happening? So apparently if you're going to, lock it off, as the kids say.
You're going to save money over Christmas.
Lock it off.
The advice is don't drag it out. If a couple is already halfway out the emotional door, then now is the time to do it, instead of fake smiling your way through the festive season. The 11th of December is the cut-off time. If you're not going to break up with somebody before the 11th of December, then you need to wait.
You've got to stick it out.
So what, you've got
9 days.
Got 9 days. 9 days to go.
Can't do maths.
If you haven't done it by then, you need to wait until January 3rd to the 7th, which is when the highest rate of breakups are likely to happen.
Right, okay.
But if you break it up now, you've allowed enough time to go between now and the period of time when Christmas actually hits, and therefore you're not going to be having to, first of all, shell out on a gift for somebody who you're no longer going to have in your life in the new year. New year, new you. Second of all, you've allowed enough time between this breakup period and when it hits the 25th, so they're probably not crying into their turkey on Christmas Day. That would be the ideal scenario. But if you're going to break it off, sooner rather than later is the way to go. Merry Christmas.
11th is the cut-off day.
11th is the cut-off.
Right, okay.
9 days to go.
If you want to be single for the festive season, you need to do it in the next 9 days. Otherwise, you got to have a heart and you got to wait until January the 3rd, which is a long time away.
Which I think is also the highest. January is the highest month for the divorce rates, when the most divorces are filed, and that's always sort of made me laugh a little bit. Is that because you spend Christmas with them, you have time off work, and then you realise, oh my gosh, his family are awful.
You spend 24/7 together,
and then do you
right?
think that's when it kind of hits you that I don't want to be with them?
I think that's why COVID was so testing for so many people, where you went, you know what? Being in a house for this amount of time with the same person, I can understand why murder happens.
Yeah.
And that's what you're experiencing, I think.
So you think that happens over Christmas?
Yep.
Or I think if someone bought me a really rubbish gift,
would that make you see them in a completely different light?
Yeah, it would, because it's not nice, is it? No one wants to receive junk.
If you're breaking up now, no gifts will be exchanged. Problem solved.
Well, you don't get anything either, though, remember.
Yeah,
you don't have to buy, but you're not receiving.
That's the joy of having adult money. You can buy your own gifts.
Yeah, that's true.
Merry
We're
Christmas.
adulting.
Very single Christmas.
Very single. Last Christmas. But all the Christmas songs are about breaking up, so be a little bit sad. You might go out for a little Christmas you know, festive.
January is a whole new year.
Cry.
Yeah, a little Christmas cry.
A little Christmas cry.
Oh, anyway, crying to your mince pie. Get it over in 9 days.
Crying to your pulsating platter.
OK, that's it. Thanks to our guest today, Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and correspondent and columnist Gemma White. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for joining us.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in the programme today, President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and the president's son-in-law Jared Kushner arrive in Moscow for talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. We ask, can those two men deliver, and what happens if they leave empty-handed? Plus, Pope Leo XIV wraps up his visit to Lebanon, bringing a message of peace and religious coexistence. We ask, what sort of a difference did the pontiff's visit make? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the war in Ukraine, where efforts to end the nearly 4-year-long conflict continue. The US envoy Steve Witkoff is meeting the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow, and questions remain over how a peace deal might be reached. Well, President Trump says he's optimistic about a deal, whilst the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the talks have been constructive up until now, but that tough issues remain. Well, this follows 2 days of talks in Florida between US and Ukrainian officials on a peace plan, the first draft of which was seen as being favourable to Russia. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Robert Fox, who is the defence editor of the London Evening Standard. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Fox. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner meeting President Putin in Moscow today. Are you hopeful their dialogue is going to achieve anything?
It's very difficult. It's very opaque because of what Putin has been saying in the last 24, 48 hours. Which is to say that there's going to be no announcement. He's trying to keep quiet, and I think it's very much part of the Putin strategy and tactics. Say little, get them to make all the running. They made some rather extraordinary statements of late that they're winning the overwhelming victory in Pokrovsk, but there's no satellite confirmation of that yet. Putin is pushing for victory. I don't think there's anything that these two gentlemen, namely Kushner, despite being the president's son-in-law, or Witkoff, can actually deliver to him. And in fact, Witkoff, who's been doing a lot of the talking up to now, is rather a wasted asset.
Indeed, and we assume they're going to be bringing with them a document that may or may not be loosely based or closely based on the 28-point draft that emerged about 12 days ago. But we're told that it's changed a lot since then, although nothing has been made public. I mean, do you think a revised version of that, knowing how intransigent the Russians can be, knowing their red lines, do you think that document's going to be at all acceptable to Moscow?
I don't think so, unless they want to manipulate it for one particular thing within the Ukraine theatre, namely an operational pause, a ceasefire for a matter of weeks so they can regroup with their forces on the ground, possibly a matter of months so they can reorganize. And the Russian order of battle is in desperate need of this for what they see as a long confrontation with NATO, its proxies and allies, among which they have to include Ukraine now.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pokrovsk, and indeed that news has not yet been confirmed. But how strategic a town is that? Why would that be regarded? I mean, it was a town of 60,000 people before the war, presumably a lot smaller now. But is there anything about that town and its position that would make it a significant victory?
Well, the town has become significant in 1,000 cliches. In the commentariat, particularly on social media. We've read that it is strategic, that it is a hub, that it can open the way to the Dnipro river system, can open the way for the final advance on Kiev. I just advise everybody watching this interview just to be utterly sceptical about everything they're being told, all about the battlefield, but above all about Pokrovsk at the moment.
And in terms of the announcement in that regard, I mean, it's not a coincidence, is it, that this was announced as that US delegation was probably sort of in the air mid-flight on their way to Moscow to come and meet President Putin. I mean, that's part of the show, isn't it?
Exactly. And what we have to do is verification is what the ground truth is. And it's very, very difficult to get at because the battle changes for places like Pokrovsk, in that you are fighting your fibula, it's called, fighting in built-up areas where the drone is no longer king. It's significant, but it's important, but you can conceal. This is the lesson of really intense fighting above the ground, immediately above the ground and underground in big, terrible urban battles like Stalingrad in 42-43, and what the Russians experienced in the two Chechen wars, particularly in Grozny, where rubble proved to be a great defense. And why eyes in the skies don't count so much, and they do count still, but so much as they did before, is because it's line of sight firing, it's short range, rockets, direct fire systems, hide and seek, shoot and scoot, and this is a very different game. And the game, quite clearly, from the verification or attempts at verification by independent satellite monitoring, the Institute for the Study of War, they say we cannot verify that the Russians are in full control of Pokrovsk and its neighboring villages and settlements. They've been taking villages, that is absolutely clear. But whether they have the means now to build a lodgement, in other words, to concentrate a lot of forces that would have to have armour, copious artillery, a lot of close air support to be able to push on. I think that's where we have to have the gravest doubt. So it could be a victory, but it may be a victory that doesn't even deliver the whole of the north of Donetsk to the Russians. And it's something that they would have to show that they could build on, about which there is a lot of doubt at the moment. And remember, Putin wanted victory by Christmas, whether it's the Catholic Christmas on the 25th of December, or in the current general calendar, it's the Orthodox Christmas by the beginning of January. It's not clear that he can get that thing. He's trying desperately to advertise the word that I have won, I have a big victory, therefore we have to do a deal. He certainly hasn't conquered the whole of Ukraine. He certainly hasn't occupied Kiev. He certainly hasn't exercised regime change.
Yeah, and here we are in the beginning of December talking about the battlefield. And I have a feeling that in previous years, at about this time of year, things have tended to be quieter on the battlefield because of the weather and people get frozen into their positions. Is something different this year, or is it the same as in other years, the same sort of level of battlefield manoeuvres and activity, would you say?
I don't think any year is the same. I mean, that we have to say that because there's this tremendous leapfrogging effect of war, offensive weapon and counter weapon. And first, a few days ago, a matter of only less than a week or a couple of weeks, we were hearing, for instance, an august organisation like The Economist, that of course Russia has got the advantage now because it's got jet-propelled glide bombs and jet-propelled Shahed drones. But we're beginning to read or discovered now that the Ukrainians, have developed countermeasures to that. Oh, that they're having trouble with the F-16 fleet. Yes, they're pretty exhausted. I mean, in terms of battle tempo, they have exceeded any expectation. But look, we're now getting the Mirage fighter bombers, the French, which are an interim stop to a long-term purchase, we understand, of Rafale, and they're going to get Gripen towards the end of 26. Very effective close defense, close attack aircraft, absolutely ideally suited to the Ukraine battlescape. They're going to come in by summer. So it ain't all over until it's all over.
Sure, and you might be sort of partially answering my next question there, because, I mean, we've been talking about how Russia controls about 19% of Ukrainian territory. Do correct me if you've got another figure. But I'm wondering whether you think President Putin and the Russian army are feeling any pressure to end the war at this particular stage, or whether they're on something of a roll in terms of clocking up gains on the battlefield. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's the thought that they want to plant in our head, that they're on a roll, that they're going to win, and that was actually Putin's rhetoric of 2 nights ago. This is what he's trying to do. But again, it's very difficult to get outside verification of that. And there are problems. But let's talk about the main proposition first. He has to do it. He can do no retreat. He can't go firm on lines and just stop now, because Putin is absolutely geared to a war economy and a war destiny. That is Russia. That's what Russia stands for. Otherwise, the whole thing, the whole Putin gambit, the whole Putin experiment will be thwarted. So you have to look at that. So are they gaining? Yes, they're gaining. They're gaining at a slightly faster rate than they were, though the gains in December are not at the same rate as they were in November. You can play these games forever. There are problems, though, that they're raising over 30,000 recruiting a month, but they're not particularly quality, and they're losing globally almost the same number. That is not a good situation to be in, and particularly when there was a graphic report by the ASW from first-hand sources that they are doing very badly on battle casualty recoveries. The medical services in the front line appear to be so much poorer for the Russians than it is for the Ukrainians. A badly wounded Ukrainian can expect to be recovered. A badly wounded Russian is quite likely to be abandoned.
Okay, and we've heard from President Putin in the last couple of hours. He appears to be giving some sort of a press briefing, which has been drip-fed in the form of wire alerts. A couple of things he said. He said Europe is on the side of war. If the Europeans want war, we're ready. And European demands are unacceptable. These are some of the highlights that I can pick out of what President Putin's been saying. A lot of focus on Europe, and he's saying this as an American delegation has arrived in Moscow. Why do you think that is? Do you think he's trying to drive a wedge between the two sides?
Between who?
Between the Europeans and the Americans.
But Trump seems to be doing that for himself. You're absolutely right. And this is what Putin very shrewdly has spotted. In the original 28 points, as it came out from the end of October going through to November, it's almost as if, and America at one point in the original 28 points wanted to be rewarded for this, paid for it, to be a referee, to manage the peace. And it was going to cast judgment by implication between the combatants, namely Russia on the one hand, Ukraine, but of course NATO. It was as if NATO was an antagonist which had nothing to do with America. Now, it's the alienation of Europe, and particularly the right-wing nationalist, sovereigntist Europe, which is the most dangerous thing that Trump appears to be doing at the moment. Here I allude to a seminal essay by the great writer and thinker Ivan Krastev in the current edition of Foreign Affairs. Because, let me explain, though courted by Hegseth and above all J.D. Vance, the sovereigntist right, you can name them, Alternative for Deutschland, some of the nationalists, even in Poland, Hungary, Czech and Slovakia, park them, Vox, in Spain, even Meloni's brothers of Italy, Le Pen's rally, Farage reform in Britain. What Hegseth and above all Vance, particularly in his speech to the security conference in Munich in February, seemed to say, these are our people, the other people in charge, even Kemi Badenoch, for instance, the Conservative, a natural ally, I would have thought, of the Republicans, the governments in Britain, France, Germany, are not our allies. This has not worked, because what you see is happening with AfD and the other. They're saying, no, we are for Germany. We are for Germany in our version of Europe, and we are not going to be a lapdog or a poodle to the Trump, very fragmented, fractured MAGA project. So the MAGA courting by the likes of Vance, of the nationalist right in Europe, has failed utterly, because it's ended up, if you can follow my logic through to this point, it has alienated what they thought was a national ally. So alienating left, right and centre in Europe, in democratic Europe, has weakened America. This seems to be dripping through very slowly. By the way, the military establishment in America completely get this, completely understand it.
Okay, well, really appreciate you sharing that with us. And we've got to a very interesting point in the conversation, but I'm being told we're out of time. So thank you very much indeed. Robert Fox, defence editor of the London Evening Standard. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Thank you again. Now turning our attention to the Middle East, because Pope Leo XIV has just wrapped up his three-day visit to Lebanon. That was part of his first tour outside of Italy since becoming Pope. Well, during the two-stop tour, he also visited Turkey. Well, on his final day in Lebanon, the pontiff led a mass at the site of the 2020 Beirut port explosion, where he called for peace and unity, describing Lebanon as a gift from God, but one, he said, that is overshadowed by poverty and suffering. Well, on the second day in Lebanon, the Pope visited the Our Lady of Lebanon shrine in Harissa, which is just to the north of Beirut, where he prayed for peace. The pontiff also headed to the St. Meron Monastery, where he was greeted by both Christians and Muslims, delivering a message of unity and coexistence in a region still grappling with conflict. Well, during his first day in Lebanon, Pope Leo XIV was welcomed with traditional dubke dancing. This happened just outside the Babda presidential palace, just ahead of his meeting with the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun and other top officials. Let's take a quick look. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Bishop Paul Marwan Thabet, who is the eparchial bishop of the Maronite Catholics in Canada. He joined us, in fact, from Beirut. Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on Al Arabiya English.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for hosting me today.
Thank you. We saw some pictures of crowds gathering along the roads to welcome the Pope and then ultimately to say goodbye to the Pope when he left.
Yes.
How successful do you think this visit was by the Pope overall?
It is very obvious that the visit of Pope Leo XIV is very successful. The fact is, on all sides of the roads, wherever he visited in the last 2-3 days, hundreds of people were gathered. The schedule of the visit of the Pope the places he visited have their indication, starting, first of all, by visiting the presidential palace. And this marked the visit of a head of a state, that's the state of the Vatican, to the head of the state of Lebanon. But at the presidential palace, the Pope addressed the diplomatic corps and the official politicians of Lebanon. And he insisted on two matters in his address. First of all, on the common good. And the second is working together toward peace in Lebanon and in the region in the Middle East. Beside that, the next day, the Pope met all the religious leaders and the monks and the nuns and the priests in Lebanon and the region. And one of the strong messages he sent to this crowd is to remain good witnesses to the presence of the church and to the presence of the love of Christ and charity in a hostile region and in the world, and the importance of being good witnesses of Christianity in the Muslim world is to live by our brother Muslims and continue to serve them in any way we can. In the evening yesterday, he met with the youth. And as I said, he spoke to them in their own language, in Arabic, addressed them on many instances, and two important messages he gave them. First of all, to remain attached to the ground of Lebanon, don't leave, don't get into the diaspora. And the second, to be artisans of peace and to hold peace and be close to their neighbors. Also, yesterday there was a meeting for all the leaders of the religious communities in the country. As you may know, Lebanon has 18 different confessions. And today in the Meek Mass, there was about 120, 130,000. The Pope told the Lebanese to stay close to each other and to indeed be partisan of peace. And he promised as well to do his best to help avoid and move Lebanon away from a strict war and work toward peace in Lebanon and in the region.
Okay, well, I was going to...
that with that, I gave you a general overview of the visit of the Pope.
Absolutely. Lots of colour in the picture that you painted there. Yeah. I would just ask you very quickly... go ahead.
I would like to mention one important thing, or two important things in the visit of the Pope. The first one is that visiting Lebanon is a part of the first apostolic visit of Pope Leo XIV, Turkey and Lebanon. The second, and it's to bring to the light the role of the patriarchates of Antioch and Constantinople as being the two key patriarchates that worked very hard during the establishment of Christianity in the church 2,000 years ago. And the second point is to pinpoint and put the light on the role of Lebanon in being a model of conviviality, of dialogue between the different religious groups and different ethnic groups and different civilizations, Christianity and Islam. And Lebanon as being a crossroad of dialogue between Christianity and Islam and between the East and the West. As John Paul II said, Lebanon is not a country, it's more than a country. It's a message for the West as it is for the East.
Okay, well, thank you very much for setting the scene for us. I want to ask you for some more details, because you said the Pope, who is, by the way, for the benefit of our viewers, he's a new Pope and he's an American national, and it was widely expected he would speak English quite a lot during this visit, as opposed to Italian, which is what popes usually speak. But you say he spoke Arabic as well. What did he say?
Look, in most of the gatherings we had, the Pope spoke French. Yesterday, addressing the religious leaders and the monks and the nuns, he spoke in French. Addressing the youth, in a part he spoke in French, then he addressed them in a word in English. Today, during the Mass, he did the Mass in French and the address in French. And at the end of the Mass, when he sent a strong message about Lebanon, he did it in English. So basically, he went in respect to the second important language in Lebanon, that's the French. For the Arabic, it was more a cordial address, a getting closer address, telling the people that he feels with them. He wanted to win their hearts and be part of their culture. And this is when he addressed them, in key important salutes, I would say, in Arabic. So it was mostly saluting in Arabic more than the address itself.
Give me an example, Your Excellency, of a couple of the salutes he gave.
In Arabic, I would say, Assalamu ma'akum. And then, the people react to that. During the Mass, he said, Assalamu li jami'ikum. Peace be with you all. So on every corner, when he used to exhort them with a salute in Arabic, you can tell how the crowd was really, jumping to answer him and to shout and cry, Viva el Papa, Viva el Papa. It means Vive the Pope, Vive the Pope. So it was very nice. It was basically like an electric vibe in the crowd that brought them to really cry, Viva el Papa, Viva el Papa. And it was this cry, and the sound was a sort of commissioning the Pope to really talk in their name on the international platforms to safeguard Lebanon and to bring peace to Lebanon and keep that peace, as the Lebanese have really had enough of the war that's going on since 1975, I would say.
Right, and you're making it sound as though he brought a lot of hope to people in Lebanon, a lot of optimism.
He definitely did.
They need it, don't they?
His last message today on the seafront of Beirut, his message was very, very strong, as he said that he's going to take it upon himself on the international political platform, to really plead for peace in Lebanon and in the region.
Your Excellency, of course, a lot of Lebanese people are not Christian, and I'm just wondering what people from other religious groups and sects, even Christians who are not Catholics, what do you think they think of the Pope? What sort of an impression did he give them of who he is, and how excited were they about his arrival?
Look, let me tell you that living in Lebanon is a door to see how Christians and Muslims live side by side. Many villages in Lebanon are mixed villages, where you see Christians and Muslims are living next to each other. Many Lebanese from different religious backgrounds have businesses together, are partners in businesses, or work in the same companies. Although the war has differentiated the Lebanese and split them into different regions, every time peace comes, the Lebanese blend together. What they see, what they think of the Pope, this is the fourth visit for a Pope to Lebanon. The first one was in 1964, Pope Paul VI. Then John Paul II, 1997. Then Benedict XVI in 2012. And now 2025, Pope Leo XIV. I need to tell you that on the exit of the airport of Beirut, as the airport sits in a dense Islamic area, you could see how Muslims and women who have their veil are on the streets with their kids screaming, Viva el Papa, Viva el Papa. Lebanese are well known to really cheer for each other. The problem of Lebanon is a political problem. It's in the politics where we have the differences. If we leave the people to go by what they feel, you would see all the Lebanese together. As a matter of fact, the Pope was very surprised to see in downtown Beirut, in the meeting, on the religious dialogue meeting, the 18 heads of the 18 confessions in Lebanon sitting in there and expressing and pleading for peace for Lebanon, and explaining to the Pope and speaking about the experiences, how Christians and Muslims live together. The Pope was very surprised with that.
Yeah, Your Excellency, I wanted to ask you about the interfaith dialogue that took place, because there were meetings, weren't there? And you've mentioned this with Sunni, Shia, Druze communities. I want to ask you, what's the value, do you think, of that kind of interfaith exchange and dialogue?
Look, let me tell you something. No one is trying to bring the other in his camp. Definitely, but at least be able to find areas of common values. And let's remember that that Christians and Muslims have in common many texts that come from the Old Testament, and all of us recognize that. So basically, the work, the dialogue that is taking place is the dialogue of life, which means that I need to respect the other where he is. The other has to respect me, or is invited to respect me where I am. And that in the same country, we can exist together, we can live together, we can build a good society together. We can be who we are, without trying to push the other to come in my camp or go in his camp, and yet be able to establish country. Lebanon was like that since, I would say, the 17th, 18th century. The Christian and Muslim and Druze were living together. Every time there was a problem, it was the problem of the others on our territory. And as a matter of fact, the problem of Lebanon today is not the problem of the Lebanese. It's the situation of the Palestinians that were expelled out of their country. They need to find a place for them. They thought Lebanon could be the best place. Then the Lebanese fought the war for that. Then Lebanon received 2 million Syrians from our brother Syrians from different denominations. In a country of 4 million people, we still have 2 million refugees. Not to speak of many refugees that came from Iraq, from Egypt, from Sudan, from different countries. So basically, the problem of Lebanon is not the problem of the Lebanese. Yes, I need to acknowledge that parts of the Lebanese have gotten involved into it, and especially where we had parts of Lebanon, of the Lebanese population, to go and abide by orders of different countries around us. Some of the Lebanese went with the Syrian regime, so they took order from the Syrian regime and played to be able to find a space for them in the country and play a role. Other, like Hezbollah, were very close to the Iranian regime and became part of a military hand for the Iranian regime. And so we have problem with some of the Lebanese who are not fully for Lebanon, but I would say most of the Lebanese, on a general basis, 80%, 90% of the Lebanese want peace, want to live together in a beautiful space of conviviality. I'm hoping that we can arrive one day to this fact. The problematic in the area that Lebanon has is that we have, Israel on the border of Lebanon, and Israel want to make peace with all the countries, the Arab countries, to make peace with the Arab countries, but they cannot make peace while taking pieces of the country, of the other countries. So now there is talks about that, and we are hoping that the entire area will go now into a new trend where all countries in the region can sit down on the same level with the same capacities without one country pushing down the throat of other countries, their policies and their dynamics, and be able to come up with some sort of a peace so we can wave away, especially from Lebanon, a big war and a full destruction of the country.
Right, and of course there has been ongoing violence between Israel and Hezbollah during the course of several years, but in particular in the last year, even during the Pope's visit.
This choice of the war with Israel is not the choice of all the Lebanese, nor it is the choice of the Lebanese government.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to bring to the picture.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm just wondering, how much did the Pope mention the situation with regards to Israel? Did he mention Israel at all?
At least in the meetings where I am, and I've been to most of the meetings, he did not mention Israel, but he insinuated in some way the importance to see as well Israel moving one step forward toward being a partisan of peace.
One of the people that the Pope met was Mohammed Rad, who is one of Hezbollah's most senior members of parliament. I gather they met during the visit to the presidential palace. How do you think Hezbollah views the Pope and viewed this whole papal visit?
Look, let me tell you, in 2012, I was myself the coordinator of the visit of Pope Benedict XVI. And as the Pope exited the airport, thousands of our brothers and sisters, the Shiite, and many of them were from members or partisans of Hezbollah, were on the streets, asked by Hezbollah themselves, because these people took order from Hezbollah to go out and to greet the Pope. Never in the history of Lebanon, the Hezbollah were against the Pope or against the Christians and as such. However, we must admit that they have their ideology, they have their plans, they have their way of looking at things, and on some of these issues, many Lebanese are not happy with it. So mobilizing the people and living with the Christians is one thing, and implementing policies or taking order from Iran is a totally different thing. But they've never been against the church or being in proximity with the Christians. As a matter of fact, we have one or two Lebanese political parties who are in the majority Christians are allies with Hezbollah. And they allied in political action, in parliament, in voting for parliamentarians. So this is very clear, very obvious. Now, is everybody in accordance with that or happy with that? Some are yes, some others are no.
Well, the United States is definitely not happy with this, and they've been calling on Lebanon's leaders to disarm Hezbollah, a very difficult task, I know. Do you think the Pope, being an American and being the first American Pope...
Would you allow me to say that now, at this stage, yes, also these Christian political parties have asked Hezbollah to really disarm and give to the Lebanese army the authority and the responsibility to safeguard Lebanon and to protect Lebanon, and give the Lebanese army all the trust they need in order to protect the country and be the only military umbrella in the country. So yes, definitely, this has been said with all respect to the members of Hezbollah, with all respect to the alliances that are there, but definitely all Lebanese now, but Hezbollah, want that the Lebanese army would be in charge of protecting the country and have exclusivity of the power of the military fire.
Right, and of course the demands are coming from President Trump in Washington that Hezbollah disarm. And my question to you is, given that Pope Leo is an American, first and foremost, I'm wondering whether he can perhaps help in any way. Could he serve as an interlocutor between the Lebanese government and Washington in bringing about that goal, managing the expectations on both sides?
My information tells me that the diplomacy of the Vatican is at proximity with the diplomacy of the United States. All true. So having Pope Leo XIV as the head of the Vatican and the Vatican diplomacy, definitely it will help, since he knows the mentality and he knows the way, and he has canals to be able to talk to the White House. But we need to be careful and to pinpoint that the Vatican, since the beginning of the war in Lebanon, has put in and all forward a very distinct and fine diplomacy where Lebanon is being concerned. Definitely the Pope, and that's my feeling, especially when I saw him at the end of the Mass, standing there on the top of the altar waving, and you have that feel that it's like he's leaving, but he has left a piece of him in Lebanon from what he has seen. That definitely he's gonna push himself and more of the Vatican diplomacy to work in favor of the peace in Lebanon, for Lebanon, and in the region, and for the region. Let's remember that Christians are not only present in Lebanon and are leaving Lebanon. Also, we are seeing what's happening in Syria, in Turkey, in Iraq, in Egypt, all over the Middle East. And it's in the interest of the Arabs and the Muslim countries to protect the Christians and protect Christianity in this part of the world. And definitely the Vatican diplomacy is going to be exhorted by Pope Leo XIV to put more energy into this.
And just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, do you think the Pope liked Lebanon? Do you think he enjoyed his visit?
I need to tell you that very few would come to Lebanon and do not love Lebanon. I would start by diplomatic corps. You know that many diplomats that have served their countries and countries members of the G8, I would say, or the G12, after their retirement have come back, bought homes or lands in Lebanon and built their homes, and they live in Lebanon, or they live in their original country in Lebanon. It is very difficult to come to Lebanon and don't love the country and the people. So as I mentioned it, I repeat in saying that after all the clergy that helped the Pope on the altar and exited the altar, including the Vatican delegation, being Cardinal Parolin, the head of the state, and the other cardinals and bishops that were with him, and the priest, the Pope stood there in front of the altar and waved and waved. And the crowds were shouting "Viva el Papa, Viva el Papa," and a good observer could tell that the Pope has left a piece of him in Lebanon.
Okay, and just what do you think is going to stand out as being the highlight of the whole trip? What memory do you think you will endure from this visit?
First of all, the hospitality. Second. I guess the beauty of the country. Third, to which extent Lebanese are together regardless of the political problems that they have between each other. and the importance of the Christian presence in this country and the model of Lebanon in terms of dialogue of life that need to be protected in a time where there is no more repair in the world, there is no more compasses in the world. Lebanon needs to be protected as a model in this regard.
Okay, Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for your time. Really appreciate you speaking to Arabiya English. Bishop Paul Marwan Thabit, the Eparchial Bishop of Maronite Catholics in Canada. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, to tell us more, I'm joined here in the studio by Makram Rabah, who is an assistant professor of history at the American University of Beirut. Professor Rabah, thank you very much for coming to see us again.
Thank you for having me.
Great to have you with us. What do you think this visit by Pope Leo XIV meant to the Lebanese people?
Well, it's yet one more affirmation to the Lebanese that they actually matter. A small country such as Lebanon has been visited by 4 popes, and this is not something to take lightly. And this is not because there's Christians in the country. Definitely, he did come to see his parish, so to speak. But he is in Lebanon because of the diversity, because of the legacy, and because of the history that we have. But basically, I believe that his visit is about the future, not our past. He's been clear, his brand, the branding of this visit is blessed are the peacemakers. And this is the first thing he uttered when he gave his speech from the presidential palace. Unfortunately, the political establishment hasn't acted on this. Yes, they do mention this. They do mention that they are willing to engage in peace talks. But peace requires politics, not religious metaphors like our president did. What happened actually is the Pope was acting as a politician, whereas the political establishment are trying to avoid the inevitable, which is basically we have to live in peace. We've tried war, and it doesn't suit us. And if you want to actually defeat, quote unquote, the Israelis, you have to have a sustainable state. As is, and because of Hezbollah, and because of the corruption and the system itself, we have gotten to a point where we need someone like Pope Leo to remind us of what's important, which is basically transitioning from a vengeful mindset into a mindset that embraces peace and stability.
Professor, you're making it sound like this is a bit of a missed opportunity by Lebanon's political class. Here you have an American Pope who clearly, obviously, speaks English as well as French, and he used a few words of Arabic as well, we're told, during the visit, who's got the ear of President Trump. And there he is in Lebanon talking to all the leaders, all the different religious leaders, almost offering to help. And he could help, couldn't he?
Definitely he could. And I think everyone wants to help Lebanon, but the Lebanese political establishment doesn't want to help itself. You can actually hit the lottery if you go and you buy the ticket. So this is what the international community, and more important, the Gulf states have been telling Lebanon. We are willing to bankroll any renaissance, any rebuilding process, as long as you disarm Hezbollah. And this is something, I actually had an article out in Arabic that says this is a culture of missed opportunities. It's like having the perfect opportunity and you throw it in the garbage just because you're not willing to change and you're not willing to read the region around you. Yes, Pope Leo has the ear of Trump, he has the ear of J.D. Vance as well as Marco Rubio. But at the end of the day, he is the Pope. He speaks on behalf of Christianity in a way. And his visit was yet another reminder that we need to act. The Pope visits you as a way of rewarding you for success, or actually trying to warn you that you need to clean up your act. And this is, I think, his visit is not to celebrate Lebanon, but rather to tell them that the idea of Lebanon is at risk. You need to act and act now.
Right, so a little bit of a warning in
indeed
what he was saying.
Indeed it is. Because he did address the Lebanese, and he believes that the Lebanese, particularly the young generation, including those who parrot the words of Hezbollah, they want peace. But his warning and his demands were to the political establishment and the policymakers, which haven't been acting like policymakers since ever.
So there are these big demands that have been made by Washington on the newish leadership in Beirut. There is now a president, there is a prime minister, everything sort of is functioning, everything's in place, you'd have thought.
If you want to use the word functioning.
Okay,
yeah.
maybe the word functioning is stretching it a little bit. But in terms of those demands by Washington, disarm Hezbollah, and I heard you use it then, I mean, much easier said than done. Is this mission impossible?
Not really. You're not actually asking the Lebanese army to actually go in and take the physical arms of Hezbollah. But what is really a catastrophe and a tragedy is for the Lebanese president, who's a former commander of the Lebanese army, to actually parrot the rhetoric of Hezbollah. This is actually the real tragedy which we're undergoing. More importantly, we need to transition to the fact that the Constitution does not give the right to any militia to operate outside the framework of the state. More importantly, the Americans are not asking for the impossible. They're asking you to act like a sovereign state by stopping money laundering, by stopping drug operations. A couple of weeks ago, the Saudis gave us a kind of thumbs up that we are no longer a narco state. I actually felt insulted that we were a narco state to begin with. It's not the fault of the Saudis, it's not the fault of the Americans, it's the fault of the narco states that were operating within the Hezbollah system as well as the former Assad regime. So in a way, one has to address the real problem in the room. The real problem in the room that Hezbollah is part and parcel of the Lebanese political establishment, but it acts as if it's outside it. And this is where the role of the president is, to confront them politically and to rebuild the country bit by bit. And it requires transparency, fighting corruption, and in a way acknowledging that what made Hezbollah normal is the fact that we were willing to deal with them when they were fighting in Yemen, when they were fighting in Syria, and when they were spreading terror on behalf of the Lebanese.
Pope Leo obviously met a lot of Lebanon's political leaders, religious leaders. He even met, one of the people present at his presidential palace address was a senior politician from Hezbollah, Mohammed Raad. Do you think the message got across? Do you think that message was communicated in such a way it was received, understood, and that Lebanon will now take some of these measures that the United States wants it to take?
Hezbollah is willing to play along, and in a way, I don't want to call them hypocrites, but they have done so a number of times. Ironically, they were their Boy Scouts were receiving Pope Leo. They were waving flags and stuff. But at the end of the day, they stand in stark opposition to the idea of the Christian church, of love, about forgiveness, about peace. So whatever Mohammed Raad and Hezbollah say on TV, on the ground they do differently. They believe that ultimately they can throw the Jews into the sea. The main problem is that it's not really a problem about interfaith dialogue. The Lebanese don't have a religious problem with the Jewish state. We have a political problem that can be resolved either through truth, without actually continuing the war, or transitioning into a kind of peace. Many people have tried peace, and I think Egypt and Jordan are in much better position than they were back in the 60s and the 70s.
But do you see President Aoun taking on board the messages that Pope Leo gave, that echoed really in a way what the Trump administration is saying? Is he going to do something about this?
The way that he and his wife were acting, they were very happy, and they have the right to, because they were receiving the head of the Catholic Church. But they need to act according to the demands of them. They are religious Christians, and they should listen to the father of the church. I hope that I'm wrong, but the president, since he took office, his speech gave us a lot of expectations, but he has fell short in a number of ways. Every time the Lebanese state have been challenged, Joseph Aoun finds a way to justify why Hezbollah continues to have arms. I believed I would invite him to prove me wrong and to prove those people who are critical. But at the same time, when we critique Joseph Aoun, we are critiquing him because we want him to succeed, not to fail. That's a major difference between what we're trying, the pro-sovereign movement wants a normal Lebanon, which we can enjoy, where the Pope can come back and visit and see that his words and his missionary activity actually were successful.
Right, but you don't sound very optimistic that that's going to happen.
Well, I am optimistic because the region around us is changing, and because the Iranian axis has proved to be toxic on itself and on the people of Iran and the people of Lebanon. So I think the change would come, but this Lebanese house will never ever be well until we actually clean up our act. No one could do this on our behalf. And this is where I believe that the Lebanese and the young generation down the line are willing to do this, whereas the political establishment at the moment has failed miserably.
There have been Israeli attacks continuing on Lebanese soil in recent days. I'm just wondering, what did we hear from the Pope? He didn't actually mention Israel specifically, did he? I'm just wondering what message came across on that front.
He doesn't go into the weeds. The Pope doesn't really talk about, doesn't go into too much baseball, so to speak. He speaks about general directions. But at the same time, we know for a fact that the Israelis will not stop their breach of Lebanese sovereignty unless Lebanese sovereignty is established. I know it's a kind of a paradox, but the 1701 plus clearly says that if the Lebanese army does not police Lebanon, the Americans have given this go-ahead to Israel to police its borders. And what's there happening with the buffer zones and with the occupation of these key points in Lebanon is just to embarrass the Lebanese state. The Lebanese state says that we cannot hold the South as long as there's occupation. But it's basically the chicken or the egg scenario here.
Right.
No one is willing to accept this.
Right, because the more Israel strikes southern Lebanon as well, the more of a raison d'etre that Hezbollah has, and the louder their rallying cry can be.
But
they'll say, look why you need us.
But also at the same time, no one believes that this is a war between Lebanon and Israel. This is a war brought about by Iran and by Hassan Nasrallah, who decided to open this so-called front in support of Gaza. We saw that nothing came out of it except his own death and the death of his leadership. I believe at the end of the day, the Lebanese have been reminded over and over again that they can't call themselves presidents and prime ministers if there's no sovereignty involved. Sovereignty has to do with the currency, has to do with the economy, has to do with education, has to do with preventing a militia to take over public space. And all of this is important. Independent judiciary, all of these are important as this arming Hezbollah.
How do you think the Trump administration is going to react if, here we are, 9 months, 10 months into President Trump's presidency, he's sent multiple delegations to Lebanon to get them to act and to get them to resolve some of these historical issues. If they don't deliver, how do you see him responding to that?
Well, as we speak, Deputy U.S. Envoy Morgan Ortega is in Israel, and she's coming to Lebanon and is going to Syria. I believe that they will take it up a bit, meaning that they will go for sanctions, and I think smart sanctions do work. They're not willing to give up on Lebanon because giving up on Lebanon will be counterproductive for U.S. interests. We have a number of delegations coming, particularly those that have to do with U.S. Treasury and counterterrorism with also Dr. Gorka, who visited the president. They told him, if you don't know how money is coming in, we will show you. So they're willing to work with the Lebanese government and with the Lebanese army if they're willing to act like a Lebanese army. At the end of the day, we got $200 million from the U.S. not to turn around and call the Israelis enemies. They are enemies because we have Hezbollah shooting across the border. Even if they are enemies, we have to get to a point where we can actually sit down and have a civilized conversation how to, at the end of the day, stop hostilities and get rid of an Iranian-sponsored militia operating out of Lebanon.
We've talked a lot about Israel, Hezbollah issues. There are other issues facing Lebanon, some of them obviously related. Lebanon's a fragile country. 1 million Syrian and Palestinian refugees still remain in the country. Correct me if I'm wrong on the numbers. That economic crisis that really began in about 2019, well, that's when it started to show its face in a dramatic way. Have things improved on other fronts? Are things getting better in Lebanon?
Well, it is because the private sector is very resilient and it was able to bounce back. But the main problem, what is dragging Lebanon back, is the public sector. And here I'm not saying that we need to slash the public sector, but rather to modernize it, to pass laws. And we are facing an upcoming parliamentary elections, which the political establishment is trying to postpone. I always remind the Lebanese that during the peak of the war between Hezbollah and Israel, the Israelis had municipal elections. This is an indication that there are stuff that should not be paused or postponed, particularly reforms. The international community, the IMF, the World Bank has said that we are willing to help you, but you need to reform and have structural changes. And I think these reforms, we don't really need money, but it's like a 12-step program for an addict. The Lebanese have been addicted to the idea that they're too big to fail, and the international community, and particularly the Gulf, will always be a safety net. When you opened up your country to Iran and to turn the whole country into a narco state and a money laundering machine, you paid for it with the collapse of your... Not to mention that the system that was operating was founded by the great Rafiq al-Hariri, who was killed back in 2005 by Iran and by Hezbollah. We are just paying the price of what we did not really confront back when it happened.
We're about to hit the one-year anniversary of the fall of Bashar al-Assad in neighbouring Syria, and I'm wondering whether, on reflection, looking back at these 12 months, whether a more stable Syria and a government that's in place that is supported by the United States and by other regional powers, whether that's helped improve Lebanon's lot as well.
Definitely it did, because it toned down a lot of the xenophobia, because now many of these people are willing to go back home, but still it is a job of the Lebanese state to jumpstart the mechanism process. There's a lot of stuff we need to give. We need to give birth certificates to many of these refugees who were born in Lebanon to be able to go back home. And I believe we should be able to have a kind of normalized relationships with the Sharia government, because at the end of the day, Sharia will need Lebanon to rebuild Syria, and we need Syria to go back into the international orbit, so to speak. Yes, definitely not having a criminal like Bashar al-Assad in Syria helping Iran move their weapons and to breach Lebanon's sovereignty is important, but it won't change much unless the Lebanese take the extra step.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, going back to talking specifically about the Pontiff's visit, this was his first overseas tour as head of the Catholic Church. His first stop was obviously Turkey. Overall, how successful would you say this visit was, and is there one highlight that you think will perhaps be etched into your memory from it?
Well, for me, him delivering his sermon from the Beirut port, where we had the famous port explosion, is a very important message to the international community and to the Lebanese, that justice is important, especially that the families of the victims of the port explosion were there. He did what a pope would do by visiting these monasteries, which go back ages and centuries, yet his political messaging was important. I believe that he was on point in everything he said when it came to politics and for the future of Lebanon. Whereas the political establishment and the president is caught up in the history and the golden days of Lebanon. We want to live in the future, not in the past. All of us have a golden past, but in the last 2 decades, we have fell behind. We need to catch up to what's happening around us, and we need to be very vigilant that everyone wants to help us. And if we don't study up, if we're too lazy, they will just drop us from the course, and that's very dangerous.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much indeed. Professor Makram Rabah, thank you very much indeed for your time. Let's get more now. We can speak to Matthew Breiser, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia. He joins us now from Istanbul. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Matthew. We heard the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio describing the talks in Florida at the weekend as being productive, but he said that tough issues still need to be resolved. I mean, what sorts of issues do you think he might be talking about?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. That's the key question. And we don't know what the outcome was of the talks because there hasn't been any detail. The tough issue, I mean, there are a couple of really, really tough ones, which reflect the fact that while the United States has been negotiating with Ukraine and with European allies, Russia hasn't negotiated at all. Russia's original demands remain what they had been from the very beginning, which is that Ukraine's government be denazified, whatever the heck that means. It means regime change. That Ukraine's military have serious limits placed on it, and that Ukraine agrees to Russia gaining and occupying all of the Donbas region, even the areas that Russia does not currently occupy and has been unable to capture through its military actions since February 2022. Now, to give up territory requires a change in the Ukrainian constitution from President Zelensky's perspective. And so that issue of territory is one that the Ukrainian delegation has previously said can only be settled at the level of the presidents.
Okay, and What we know is going to happen this week is that Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going to go to Moscow. They're going to hold talks, we're told, with President Putin. Do you think those two men have got the right skill sets to deliver, or would you be more comfortable seeing seasoned diplomats taking on this kind of work?
Well, as an old Russian hand, former professional diplomat, maybe I'm biased, but, you know, Russians are unbelievably skillful negotiators. They game everything out months, even years in advance, step by step. That's why they haven't moderated their goals at all. Same goals they've had now for nearly 4 years. So you have to be completely in tune with the history of the negotiations, the history also of Russia's security aspirations in Europe, their fears and their aggressive goals, and the Russian psychology. And with all due respect to Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, they have none of that experience. I mean, Jared Kushner's a very smart guy. He seemed to perform pretty well on some of the Middle Eastern negotiations, especially involving the Abraham Accords. But Witkoff has been miserable, and he's shown absolutely no understanding of how Russia negotiates. He's been outplayed, and that initial 28-point plan that he brought from Moscow was clearly written by the Russians, or at least, 80% of it was. So that's a very long-winded, yes, I think these guys are not equipped to do the job.
Right, and this will be Witkoff's 6th face-to-face meeting with President Putin. And a lot of people in Europe are a bit worried about that. They think it's a bit cozy. Does it ring an alarm bell for you?
It does. So, I negotiated with the Russians in the middle of one war, Russia's invasion of Georgia, and all the time leading up to it and all the time after it. And I've gone through how they try to ingratiate themselves to a mediator, like I was at the time. All sorts of false flattery and warmth, and it's all to manipulate you, to soften you, to try to see things their way. And I've seen many of my colleagues succumb to it at all. And that is what is happening to Witkoff. He clearly is cheerleading for Russia. That's why that call was, the call that was the transcript that Bloomberg uncovered, why he made the call to Yuri Ushakov, who's President Putin's top foreign policy aide. He was coaching Putin via Ushakov on how to get into Trump's good graces. A mediator must never do that. The mediator has to remember that he or she are playing for their home team, in this case, the United States, not for Russia. And an agreement with Russia, just for the sake of an agreement, especially one that is going to undermine not only Ukraine's security, but Europe's security as well, is a disaster. So, he's being really played by the Russians, Witkoff.
Right, and I think some people in Washington are starting to get a bit worried about this, including in the Republican Party. Senator Mitch McConnell saying America isn't a neutral arbiter and we shouldn't act like one. That's what he had to say. And the Representative Mike Turner of Ohio, another Republican, said that Russia should be treated as a skeptical adversary. He said, you can't be America first and pro-Russian because Russia is a self-declared adversary of the United States. I mean, is this starting to look quite risky for President Trump? And what happens if those two men come back from Moscow empty-handed?
It's hugely risky, and they're all going to look naive. Trump can probably, blow through it for a while. I've heard a lot of rumors that Witkoff is on his way out, that Marco Rubio was furious, Secretary of State Rubio was furious when Witkoff produced that 28-point plan that he co-wrote with the Russians. So I think Trump, if he needs to, he'll just fire them. But the thing we all need to keep in mind is that Russia considers itself to be at war with us in the West. I mean, that's not hyperbole. They are conducting hybrid warfare against us. And if you look at the Russian national security strategy, it says its primary, not adversary, enemy is the United States and its European allies. So they're fighting a war. And Trump's mediators think they're going to get a ceasefire and win the Nobel Peace Prize. And all it's going to do is to buy time for Russia to recover from this war and rearm and get ready to go at it again in a few years.
Right. And when we see Europe and the United States looking like other than close allies, singing from the same song sheet and in lockstep with each other, sharing the same positions, I mean, that must just be music to the ears of people like Sergei Lavrov and President Putin.
Tom, that's a great insight, and I meant to raise this point a couple of minutes ago. Yes. So one of the unacceptable points that most news stories have glossed over in those original 28 points was exactly this, that the United States, this is what Russia proposed and Witkoff accepted, the United States will serve as a mediator between Europe, meaning the U.S.'s NATO allies, and Russia. So that's a naked attempt by Russia to pull the U.S. out of NATO and make NATO somehow a competitor with the United States, when in reality, the United States is the great protector and most significant ally of the whole NATO alliance.
Right. I mean, and again, this undermining of trust between the two sides, I mean, that could have consequences, couldn't it, long after the event and beyond Ukraine, next time there's a conflict that involves the United States and its European allies. I mean, if the trust isn't there, I mean, doesn't that have consequences potentially for the United States later on down the line?
For everybody. I mean, it could lead to a huge new war. I don't want to use the phrase world war, but it could lead to something enormous. Yes. So the whole premise of deterrence, of deterring Russia from using military force, is the understanding that any attempt to do so will be self-destructive, because this alliance of the United States and Europe and Canada is so strong. It's the strongest political military alliance in human history, and therefore the most successful one. So for decades, the Russian side has tried to put a wedge between the United States and its European allies to weaken NATO. And if I may, one more point that terrifies me is look at how Russia handled the invasion of Ukraine in 2014. A bunch of little green men, as they were called, entered Crimea, entered Donbass. President Putin said, no, those aren't our guys, until they controlled some, in some cases, minor territory. Then he said, those are our guys. Okay, Ukraine's not in NATO, so there's no immediate consequence. What if he did that in Estonia or Latvia or Lithuania? He invades. He says, these aren't Russian troops. Then he says, oh, they are, after they occupy some territory. And then the United States has to decide, do we really want to risk nuclear war to save a little bit of territory in the Baltics, which could require us to trade New York, Washington, Chicago, et cetera, for that little bit of territory? In other words, allowing Putin to get away with this, these salami tactics, is incredibly destabilizing and could lead him to miscalculate Putin that if he takes some NATO territory, he can kill NATO because he'll destroy the credibility of the Article 5, an attack on one is an attack on all. That would be a miscalculation, and we could stumble into an actual war.
Right. So basically what you're saying is that the two sides together, the United States and Europe, are not resolute enough. If they're not resolute enough, I mean, there are cracks that can be exploited, and that undermines the security of both the United States and its European allies.
100%. And to give Europe and the UK credit, they are being resolute. They're the ones who are telling Trump, no, your 28 points are terrible. Got to renegotiate them. It's Washington that is being not resolute. And that's what's so dangerous, because NATO really relies overwhelmingly on U.S. military capabilities and spending for its own military deterrence capability.
In terms of the timing of these, because we've reached a crunch stage in the negotiations, these talks taking place in Moscow later on in the week, is this really the right time to be negotiating this? I mean, given that on the battlefield, Russia has now the upper hand, they've been making, I think they made the biggest advances they've made so far in the war during the month of November. And then, of course, there's this ongoing corruption scandal in Ukraine that's just cost President Zelensky his chief of staff. I mean, would it be better to perhaps hold these talks at a slightly later stage?
Yeah, I mean, I understand the point. It would be better if Zelensky had resolved his corruption problem a long time ago, though, and he didn't, and it's real. And it needed to be cleaned up, and it was sapping morale and taking resources away from the battle and putting it into people's pockets. So, yeah, that's a bit of leverage that Putin, through Trump, is going to use on Zelensky. And Trump even mentioned the same thing today on Air Force One. He said, yeah, well, there's, Zelensky's got a lot of pressure on him, a lot of problems, corruption. So Trump is then using the airwaves to squeeze Zelensky. So that part's bad, but it is what it is. The corruption scandal was going to come out at some point. As far as Russian gains on the battlefield are concerned, they're actually quite modest. So during the last year, Russia has, it's gain just right around 1% of it, only 1% of additional Ukrainian territory at the cost of hundreds of thousands of dead and injured Russian soldiers. And in fact, Russia now controls way less Ukrainian territory than in the summer of 2022. So, Russia can't keep this going forever either. They've got a lot more troops Putin is willing to sacrifice into the meat grinder. And he's hoping, Putin, that he'll exhaust Ukraine as well as the United States support and European support. But his economy is really starting to creak also, especially under this latest U.S. sanctions against the big Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil.
Right. So if this team comes back from Moscow empty-handed, as you seem to be suggesting they might do, there is an opportunity here, therefore, for the Trump administration to then tighten the screws, take the sanctions up to the next level, and therefore produce perhaps a deal that's more favourable to Ukraine than one that would be struck this week. What do you think of that logic?
100%. That is exactly the logic I think will work, the only logic that will work. Russia will keep pushing like a knife through butter until it hits, the plate. It has to feel the plate, which means steadfastness on the U.S. side, standing in solidarity with NATO allies and with Ukraine and saying, we will, to paraphrase Mario Draghi, do whatever it takes to make sure Ukraine remains what rightfully Secretary Rubio said Ukraine should be, which is independent, sovereign, and prosperous. Those have to be the strategic objectives, regardless of what Witkoff and Kushner mess up in Moscow. And then the U.S. has to really do something concrete. As you were saying, Tom, crank up the sanctions and make sure Ukraine gets the military support it needs, even while pressing to clean up the corruption, because ultimately Ukraine needs to do that to be stronger as well.
I just want to ask you about one other thing while you're here, Matthew. NATO's most senior military officer, a man by the name of Admiral Giuseppe Cavo Dragone, told the Financial Times that NATO was looking at stepping up its response to Russian hybrid warfare. And he said that a preemptive strike could be considered as a defensive action. And this is a comment that's sparked anger in Moscow. They called the comments irresponsible, escalatory, and an attempt to undermine the peace efforts. What's your interpretation of the significance of what Admiral Dragone had to say?
Yeah, first of all, the Russian response is propaganda. Russia has a doctrine of escalate to de-escalate. So the Russians are always turning up the pressure to 11, to paraphrase the great movie Spinal Tap, and then they claim somebody else is provoking. So, but what Admiral Dragone said is unusual, if not unprecedented, for a senior NATO official. But I think it's smart. It's wise. This is the language Russia understands, that we figured out your hybrid warfare. Hybrid warfare means Russians are using a myriad of techniques, whether it be meddling in the U.S. elections or the French elections, or cutting cables and pipelines, or using all sorts of psychological warfare, destabilizing political systems. That's all going on. When I said Russia considers itself at war already with us in the West, that's what they're doing. For them, that is war. And so they have to realize that when they're conducting asymmetric warfare, which means they impose much higher costs on their targets, us, than they are experiencing from our countermeasures, they're going to keep doing it. They're going to keep escalating. So they have to know there's a potentially big cost they're going to pay, and that's why they're coming out now with this rhetoric about how this is escalatory and dangerous, because they're worried. They're afraid of what NATO might do. Now, of course, it's easy for me to talk so tough sitting here in my comfortable chair in Istanbul when you carry the responsibility for the NATO alliance and global peace on your shoulders. You have to be prudent. But I think it's really valuable that publicly NATO is starting to talk about much higher costs imposed on Russia, even preemptively, because that means we're saying we know what you're going to do. We have good intelligence, and we're going to hit you before you can do it. That's getting into the Russian psychology, and that needs to happen.
Okay, so quite a different line, therefore, coming from that admiral in NATO from the sorts of things we've been hearing from Washington. Just to bring our conversation to a conclusion, Matthew, we heard President Zelensky talking about bringing the war in Ukraine to what he called a dignified end. What do you think a dignified end would mean? And have you got any inklings as to a time frame here? If we don't think talks in Moscow this week are going to be successful, when might we see some sort of a conclusion?
Yeah, and dignified is a good word because the overthrow of the predecessor, corrupt president, pro-Russian president of Ukraine was called the Revolution of Dignity. So he's extending that word's use. Well, peace negotiations should not be subject to a false deadline if one party is not negotiating in good faith. And as I said, Russia has not given anything at the table yet. So there's no way, unless there's a appalling conversion on the road to Damascus that Witkoff and Kushner extract from President Putin and Foreign Minister Lavrov, de facto it's going to be them returning empty-handed. They'll have some sort of spin that Russia will provide on the points, but it won't be anything that's acceptable to Ukraine. So when Zelensky says dignified end of the war, another thing to keep in mind is he really wants the war to end. I mean, this is horrible for Ukraine. It's destroying their country. So nobody wants peace more than Zelensky, but it has to be a dignified peace. It can't be a peace that results in forced regime change by Russia, or Ukraine, as Putin would like, Ukraine no longer existing as a country. This is what Putin wrote about in his famous essay a few years ago, that Ukraine is not a real country and it should be part of Russia. So that would be an undignified peace. But giving up some Ukrainian territory, like we talked about in the beginning of our conversation, some part of Donetsk, or recognizing de facto Russian control over Crimea, or the territory that Russia now occupies in Ukraine, it's possible what Zelensky has in mind is I'm going to say, okay, I accept that reality. And so he's then communicating back to his voters in Ukraine, we're going to get a dignified peace, but to get the peace, we got to do something that's painful, but we will still retain our dignity with the rest of the settlement. I think that's what he has in mind.
Okay, we really appreciate you sharing that with us. Matthew Bryser, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for Europe and Eurasia. Thank you very much for your time.
It was an honor to be with you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
It is the oldest crop known to humanity. It was cultivated by ancient civilizations about 12,000 years ago and used as food and medicine for at least 2,500 years. Cannabis was once believed to be a natural remedy for pain, nausea, and muscle spasms, and was sometimes used as an appetite suppressant and for post-traumatic stress disorder. However, countless studies have shown that cannabis may cause serious health risks, worse than cocaine in the case of repeated addiction, especially if it begins at an early age. This was confirmed by a psychiatrist at the University of Ottawa, Mark Salmi. Dr. Salmi says that some people believe that cannabis is a plant that comes from Mother Nature and cannot cause any harm. But this is refuted by studies published in the British Medical Journal. People don't die from cannabis overdose, but it can have other serious consequences for physical and mental health, says epidemiologist Deborah Hazen of Columbia University. According to a study published in the Journal of the American Heart Association, people who regularly use cannabis are more likely to suffer heart attacks and strokes. Some of the risks of regular cannabis use include drug use psychosis, where a person experiences delusions or paranoia, severe depression, dry mouth, fatigue, and a temporary loss of touch with reality.
Now we've noticed that people who are using cannabis are using stronger cannabis than, for example, the type of cannabis that was available in the 60s and 70s in terms of the THC content or the actual active ingredient that make people hallucinate or feel relaxed or feel that they're going through a good time. And at the same time, also people who use cannabis have been noticed to have overall poorer health and being admitted to hospital more often. They're also associated with smoking or with more drinking or with more use of other drugs. So overall, with the legalization happening in many countries, we're learning more and more about how cannabis use is developing and growing, whether among young people or older people. And I believe it will continue to be a drug that's available, and most likely a society will accept it just like we accepted alcohol. But to say it is a harmless drug that everybody should be using without worry is definitely not something that I advocate or that the medical profession in general supports.
Did you know that alcohol consumption is prohibited in most public places in Amsterdam? Contrary to popular belief, cannabis is not legal in the Netherlands, but since the 1970s, it has been tolerated to a certain extent. Coffee shops may not store more than 500 grams of cannabis, and they may not sell more than 5 grams per day to the same customer. The cultivation and supply of cannabis are also illegal, meaning coffee shops are technically operating outside the law when they receive stock. Sometimes the suppliers are opaque and may even be affiliated with criminal gangs. The homeland of Vincent van Gogh, Tiesto, and Rem Koolhaas. Here, tourists visit the Rijksmuseum, which is described as the Dutch Louvre. This is the cosmopolitan city of Amsterdam. The Netherlands, despite its small size, is a global agricultural powerhouse and a major exporter, earning it the nickname the grocery store of Europe. The country serves as a major gateway to Europe, with the port of Rotterdam being the largest port in Europe and a key logistics hub. Amsterdam, the Netherlands' most famous city and cultural capital, is also one of Europe's most prominent financial centers. The city of canals, museums, and theaters is visited by millions of people every year. But what percentage of these tourists visit for the smoking freedom in its coffee shops? While the Netherlands was the first country in the world to allow the free use of cannabis in public since the late 1970s, with conditions and restrictions, this policy was intended by the government to limit the risks of hard drug addiction. However, in recent years, the Netherlands has been plagued by the growing influence of powerful drug gangs and the violence of organized crime. To investigate, our Arabiya English team went to the cafes, streets, and even cannabis farms of the Netherlands, especially since other countries have followed suit in recent years and legalized the cultivation and trade of cannabis. We traveled to Tiel, a town located 85 kilometers from Amsterdam, to meet the first person to sell soft drugs in a cafe he once owned. Soft drugs is cannabis, hash, and marijuana. Warner Bruning, who opened Malo Yalo in 1973, the first coffee shop in Amsterdam to sell soft drugs.
This coffee shop system partially was set up as such that one of us would pretend he was just a visitor sitting in front of the bar and selling hash and grass. And that I, as an owner, allowed this guy to do so because he gave me a lot of smoke if I wanted and so, things like that. You can suggest a kind of a fairy tale. And that made it impossible to close the shop down because they could arrest the dealer, but they couldn't arrest me. I was the owner who was saying, "Oh, I don't know, I don't care either," and that was it. And then they made it combined the two things, and said anybody in that shop who's selling hash and grass is supposed to be one of the employees of that shop. So there is a link. And they said, okay, we'll leave all the shops that are existing open. We give them sort of a permit, but only under certain rules. And if you don't obey those rules, we'll shut you down anyway.
While Jari studied hotel management at one of the most famous universities in the Netherlands and follows a modern approach in managing cannabis cafes that he and his brother inherited from their family in Amsterdam, Jari also confirmed Warner's words.
And it wasn't really allowed, but it was the 80s, it was the 70s, and the government was looking the other way. And since it didn't do really much harm, then came the decriminalization policy of the Netherlands. Ever since, they've never changed this policy, which is weird because the conditions are very different now than they were 40 years ago.
Cannabis was first criminalized in the Netherlands in 1953, following previous laws against its import and export in 1928. In 1972, the Dutch government classified drugs into two categories: more dangerous and less dangerous, with cannabis falling into the less dangerous category. Accordingly, possession of 30 grams or less was considered a misdemeanor. This approach aims to keep cannabis trafficking out of the hands of criminals and reduce users' exposure to hard drugs. Don van Gogh, we spoke with via Zoom, is a researcher at Trimbos, the National Research Institute for Mental Health Care, Addiction Care and Social Work, responsible for informing government policymakers about mental health issues affecting the Dutch.
It's a loophole. It's a clear loophole in our current policy for many years already. You are allowed to buy cannabis from a coffee shop, but nobody knows what actually it is that you are buying, since there is no control whatsoever or criteria whatsoever, and this needs to be improved, of course. And this is why other countries, they have moved forward. They are doing that already from the start.
You can buy and sell small amounts of cannabis without fear of prosecution in the Netherlands, but its commercial cultivation remains illegal. This is how observers describe the state of the cannabis market and its laws in the Netherlands. We went to meet Saeed, a second-generation Moroccan in the Netherlands who has run a cafe selling soft drugs for 20 years in the suburb of Amsterdam. We asked him about the difficulties he faces in his business and how drugs are purchased and sold to customers.
The thing with coffee shops, one of the things, you can only have 500 grams inside. If you have 501 grams and they come inside to check your business, they will close you for like 2 weeks. The second time, you have more than 500 again, they will close you definitely. They come and check some people's pockets and somebody has drugs, they shut you down. So it's a really delicate business. If you sell a customer more than 5, you're breaking the law. If they find out, they close you. Now, we can sell this, we can sell the weed, we can sell the hash, we can buy it, but if they see us buying it, we're trafficking, so that's against the law. We can buy it, but they cannot see us buying it.
The Dutch opium law prohibits the cultivation, sale, delivery, carrying, and transportation of narcotics within or outside the Netherlands, except for the use and sale of cannabis under specific circumstances and conditions. These conflicting laws in the Netherlands mean that a cafe owner cannot obtain a bank loan, as can a bar owner who sells alcohol. This policy forces them to convert their white money into black money.
Everything that happens in the coffee shop, completely transparent. You know, there's a stigma. People think that we launder money, but actually nowadays we make money black. Because what happens, 70% of everybody that comes in here, they pay with a debit card, with online money. But all the weed that we buy, or all the cannabis we buy, we need to do cash. So I cannot go to a grower and pay with my bank card. So what do? We go get 10 bank cards and every day go to the ATM. Get the money from the ATM. So I have white money on my account. I take it out of the ATM with thousands at a time, and then it's black again, right? It's because it's disappeared. And then I can use it to pay the grower or the supplier for the cannabis. I would love to just get an invoice or buy my product legally from a known reseller who does fair trade cannabis with the highest quality.
However, the government has made things more difficult in recent years due to the growing cocaine trade. Amsterdam municipality has banned the opening of new cafes there, and the only way to do so is to purchase an existing one. This is known in the Netherlands as the Cannabis Cafe Ban Policy.
For years, they tried to extinct coffee shop. So the last big extinction, the mass extinction in Amsterdam, was I think it was around 2013, 2014. Now, instead of 600 coffee shops in Amsterdam, we only have 160 left. So of course, the coffee shops that remain, their business increases, and that also means that nuisance or problems for the neighborhood also arise. Suddenly, a coffee shop with 100 guests now has 500 guests.
The mayor of Amsterdam wants to attract tourists to the city's wealth, beauty, cultural institutions, and art museums. She sees a large cannabis market with many links to organized crime. An investigative journalist, famous for his investigations into hard drug smuggling in the port of Rotterdam, was assassinated. In full view of everyone, he was shot dead in the middle of Amsterdam.
Drug policy is targeting public health, basically, so it takes care of the people who use drugs. Whereas the production of drugs is a different field. It's in the hands of the Ministry of Security and Justice, and they have stepped up in the last, maybe 10 years, pretty much to counteract the production of drugs. And yes, it's true. We are, it's not something to be very proud of, but the Netherlands is the #1 producer of both ecstasy and amphetamine in the world. And also methamphetamine is growing in the Netherlands. So there's a lot of production taking place in the Netherlands, not for our domestic market, but for the world, basically. And this is something that it should be attacked, but it's different. Then you are attacking the production of drugs.
Nightlife in Amsterdam is distinguished and noisy in the city center. Although smoking cannabis is prohibited on the street, those walking here often smell the lingering odor of drugs emanating from the ubiquitous cafes. As we wandered around the city, we found numerous shops selling smoking paraphernalia, narcotic mushrooms, and cannabis oils. We also found several private museums that chronicle the history of cannabis smoking tools throughout the ages. At the end of the visit, visitors could purchase seeds of various varieties.
Like in Holland, here you can grow 5 plants. Yeah, but there is a but. You can grow the 5 plants, but you can grow them in your garden. So you can grow the 5 plants outside, but once you grow them inside to make good weed, stronger weed, that's more effective weed, it's not allowed.
The Al Arabiya English team attempted to visit one of these illegal farms and interview one of the farmers. However, the cafe owners denied knowing anyone, but confirmed the high-quality narcotic herbs they purchased from Canada, the United States, and Spain due to the legalization of their cultivation there.
Why is it interesting to buy weed from Canada or from the United States or from Spain? Because the quality there is getting higher. If you can do it legally, the quality will automatically rise. But because of the law, we can sell a space cake here in Holland, but that's about it.
The concern confirmed by everyone we spoke with was that the Netherlands would lose its status as other countries such as Canada, the United States, Spain, Belgium, Austria, and the Czech Republic legalized drug selling and cultivation. Everyone emphasized that the only way to change the current status is through a clear legalization policy so that the Netherlands does not lose millions of dollars in income due to this tourism.
So how can a coffee shop have 30 strains on the menu with only 500 grams? It's not like people come in and bring 10 grams all the time. No, a coffee shop needs to buy kilos. So somewhere the weed is being stashed, and all of a sudden it drops out of the sky in the shop and it's legal. And all the steps that happened before that, we don't talk about in Holland. We don't want to know. But I think it's important that we do come to know and that we do check all these steps and make sure that the right steps are being taken and there's no more contamination. It's for a safer product, better for the client, more income for the government, and also for us as an entrepreneur. I don't want to have the risk of closing down my business by a single mistake.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this, and that is the law. There's no store where you can go buy it. You just buy it from the growers. Yeah, we have to buy it from the growers. We cannot buy it from the store. And so they say, okay, buy, but don't let us see you.
We didn't go far from the city center to meet a foreigner who lives in Amsterdam and enjoys going to the only bar in the suburb that allows smoking and drinking alcohol at the same time.
It's close to home. I live quite close. It's good. You can smoke and have a drink here, which is relatively unique. I enjoy the fact that it's legalized here and that I can smoke when I want and whatever. That's great. That's how I believe it should be. But I think I probably prefer a system where I know the supply chain better, right? Like, where has this come from? Who's grown it? Has everyone along the supply chain been equally paid and for their labor and for how's it got here?
We live in an individualistic world where we all are forced into our own bubble in our cell phone, and it all revolves around Instagram and the metaverse. Nothing is about the real world anymore. And there's many people, especially people of age, for who it's a great addition to their life to come to the coffee shop every day, have their cup of coffee, be among the people, be in society. And I think there's social cohesion and safety when people come together and talk together.
This project, the legalization of cannabis in the Netherlands, represents a pivotal moment in the history of drug policy in the country, and its success or failure could ultimately shape the future of cannabis policy, not only in the Netherlands, but also in other parts of the world. We spoke with researcher Dan van Ka about the government's future policy regarding the legalization and cultivation of cannabis.
We're doing experiments with the municipalities, whatever the supply of the cannabis will be regulated by a few cultivators, so to speak, and we will see what the effects will be of that. Also in terms of health, because, the quality of the cannabis being sold. We do that because we run a THC monitor at the Klimas Institute, but it's only a few coffee shops that are involved in that. And so we aim to improve that in the end.
So the coffee shops have to buy the weed from the government to sell it. And this is something they're going to try, and they will see what happens. And if it works out okay, then that's what they're going to do all over. So we will see in the future what will happen with that. So if the government will start selling to us, we will be happy.
The Dutch Cannabis Legalization Project, which launched its pilot phase in late 2023, required regulating the sale of permitted cannabis. Farmers and traders demanded a law that would protect them and regulate their work in this field, but the project was full of challenges. Warner, who gave up his coffee shop business and importing herbs and bulbs for cultivation, now confines himself to treating people with cannabis oils and teaching them how to make THC oil.
I do medical marijuana, and I promote the usage of medical marijuana oil because these people don't do it for fun. They do it because they have no other regular solution. And this place is a place where we train people to make their own THC oil. I developed an apparatus, a machine, that's called the cannulator, and we teach people how to make it themselves. The course is 2 hours. People come to this course, we tell them to go to the coffee shop first, buy 5 grams of grass, and process it while we're here during the class. Then they've made their own oil for the first time in their life.
Advocates of THC argue that it is less harmful than many chemical drugs extracted from narcotic plants, such as opium, but studies remain inconclusive.
I realized that the active substance, THC, was mainly present in the oil that covers the cannabis. And then you have a very strong oil, which you dilute again with olive oil so that you can take it per drop exactly, and thus avoiding getting high and at the same time gaining the medical benefits of it.
Cannabis has been used for centuries as a recreational and medicinal plants in many cultures. But over the last 15-20 years, there's been more interest in expanding its use to more complex medical problems such as cancer, epilepsy, mental health problems, and it has been tested. Unfortunately, the results are not up to the expectations. So it's true that it does help some people sleep, it does help with anxiety, it does help with encouraging people to eat in cancer, or with people who, for example, had HIV/AIDS. But overall, it still remains a very limited use compared to what was hoped for it.
We also spoke with Gabriella, a Dutch Muslim of Italian descent who has worked with Warner for more than 10 years. She met him when her husband suffered from drug poisoning, while she herself was diagnosed with cancer.
We arrived at contact with Werner because we were searching for alternatives for normal medication. I believe that God created for each sickness, He gave us a medicine, and cannabis, it's a holy plant, you know, it's a gift from God for humanity in general. So it doesn't matter what I am, and also the people who are coming here, it doesn't matter what they are. We are there for everybody. My husband and me, we use it every day. It helps me against the pain. But normally I had strong painkillers, and my husband has, he was poisoned by medication. So now we only use natural things that God gave us.
Some illnesses drive their sufferers or their families to seek any means to alleviate their physical and psychological pain and suffering, even if the methods aren't guaranteed or reliable. This is part of what Gerard, a retired pharmacist, had to say when he came to learn how to make oil because he hadn't learned it in his academic studies. He believes herbal medicine can greatly help people.
So that's the reason that I'm here, because I have a friend. He has prostate cancer. He has a lot of pain. For myself also, I have also pain in the back and have sleeping problems. So I learned about THC, and now I'm making the oil so that I can give it to my friend and make it for myself. I think for plant medicine in general, there should be more attention. So this is a plant medicine, and it shouldn't be handled like now, forbidden.
We do consider it, as psychiatrists, a plant that is maybe less harmful than what we thought decades ago in terms of addiction. There are definitely more addictive drugs than it, but at the same time, it is actually quite a serious drug when it comes to psychosis, for example, and creating anxiety in certain people and disrupting overall functioning and motivation. So it's not a fully safe drug. It is, yes, safer than opium. And the fact that it is natural does not change its harmfulness. A lot of natural things are harmful. Let's think, for example, about poisonous mushroom. They're present in nature, but they're actually lethal.
Returning to the often controversial issue of cannabis legalization in the Netherlands, although everyone hopes for legalization, Yadi expressed his concerns about the future.
So when legalization comes, you bet the biggest companies in the world are coming here to take over. There are huge American companies that have so much financial power that they could take over the complete Dutch market with the two of them, you know, and they will. So I think a legalized market cuts out the possibility for the small farmer or small participant of this market to make money. And of course, I somewhat fear my own position in this future market.
This is what drives Yari and his brother to try to keep up with the times by making their cafes trendy and environmentally friendly. Indeed, they have established the first facility in the Netherlands, and perhaps in the world, to educate employees about the importance, characteristics, and types of various narcotic herbs with help from the Dutch government.
We made the training together with a biochemist. So she finished her master's or her doctorandus, her master degree, and afterward doctorandus, specifically in the biochemistry of cannabis. So what you do, you get a sample of the marijuana, you test it, you send it to a lab. And in the laboratory, they can see if there's contamination, or they use particular spray, or maybe they didn't cure it well, or maybe there's mold inside. You know, moldy weed is very dangerous. And some of the big trends I saw were healthy lifestyle and sustainability, also a big thing. All the governments are pushing sustainability more and more. And before the government comes with any rules for me, I want to have done all the measures. So I'm trying to become the first carbon neutral coffee shop worldwide.
We try to meet with our contact officials at the Ministry of Justice, but were unable to do so. We only communicated via email and received a response from the Minister's media office several weeks later. However, we did not receive conclusive answers to all our questions. In Mr. Halshauer's response, he stated that the Netherlands has tightened penalties for hard drug offenses in recent years and emphasized that the government does not encourage such trafficking.
This is why we wanted to reduce the number of people coming from abroad to our coffee shops, because we believe it's a national problem, and we cannot be the supplier of drugs for Western Europe or something like that.
The Dutch government is doing everything it can to combat crime and is pursuing a policy of separating soft and hard drugs, which has already contributed to reducing the number of hard drug addicts, stabilizing their number at around 25,000. In the Netherlands, addicts are classified as patients, not criminals. Therefore, hard drug use is a health problem that is addressed through a rehabilitation program for addicts, which provides free drug doses and helps them gradually wean themselves off these drugs. But the Netherlands wants to change this image. What it is now focusing on is encouraging cultural and artistic tourism and strolling through its streets and historic neighborhoods, rather than drug tourism.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
our allies. Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Stephen Greenway, hello, nice to meet you, Flyer Deal Chief Executive Officer.
Good morning, thank you for having me.
Good morning, thank you so much for being here with me today. I just want to start with some really great news. So this year, for the first time, Flyer Deal hit 10 million passengers a year. The Saudi low-cost airline has only been in operation since 2017. What has been the key to the airline's success as of now?
Well, a couple of firsts. This year we'll actually hit 11 million by the end of the year, which is exciting. We actually had 2 months where we carried more than 1 million passengers. That was for the first time, so we've never done that before. And we actually celebrated our 40 millionth passenger in total since we started only 8 years ago. So every month, it almost seems we have a record that we're passing and so forth. I think a couple of things. We're only 8 years old. But what we are doing is we're moving from adolescence to adulthood, I think. We're growing up very, very quickly. So there's a lot of new aircraft coming in. We delivered 8 new aircraft this year. We'll have an aircraft almost every month next year. And it's that growth in the kingdom and us supporting that growth through aircraft deliveries and so forth that's really spurring that on, I suppose.
So hitting milestones, which is great for Flyer Deal. And also, you are planning to increase its network, Flyer Deal, and fleet. That's threefold by 2030. That's the plan. Have you been hindered at all by any aircraft delays and supply chain issues? And if so, has that impacted planning at all?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're sitting on 43 aircraft at the moment. 44 comes, I think, in the next couple of weeks. I lose count. And then we're getting up to 100 over the next couple of years. And that's a mix of 320s. New 321s, which will come into our fleet, and 330s, which will allow us to go long haul. But we, like every other airline, are suffering in terms of aircraft delivery delays. Our 321s were meant to be delivered next year, or start to be delivered next year. We won't see those until 2027. So a full year delay on top of already delays. You know, the 2026 delivery date was already a delay on a delay, if that makes sense. The 330s we've got coming in 2027, and as we say in the kingdom, inshallah, they'll arrive on time, but there's no guarantee. And it really, really just impacts your planning. You know, those 321s, as an example, we really wanted to fly to India and to Pakistan because we get better economics and more seats and more range, and we can't. And so we're constantly having to move and modify our plans. But look, we're not alone. It's easy to whinge. I speak to every other airline CEO. Everyone else is in the same bucket as I am, or as we are. It's how you manage it, I suppose, the situation that's absolutely key.
And that's a difficulty, especially when it comes to supply chains and delays, because it's out of your hands, Stephen. But let's talk a little bit about that. You spoke about Flyer Deal, and you have quite a lot of new aircraft on order. So 51 new narrow-body aircraft, 10 wide-body aircraft on order, all for deliveries by around 2027. So is 2027 going to be the year of wow growth for Flyer Deal and allow for those more long-haul flights like you spoke to me about, India, Pakistan, possibly Europe? So is that where you're looking for the wow growth to happen?
I'm going to describe 2027 as the wow growth year. Thank you. You've given me the tag. Wow growth and sort of scratching my head growth as well. I literally had a meeting with Airbus yesterday, and I was just informed that not only will we get one new aircraft type in July of 2027, but we'll get 2. So we're getting our 321s, our first one being delivered in July, and our 330 being delivered in July at the same time. We will literally, from 2027 beyond, we have literally an aircraft every month or more coming into the fleet to get us up to where we need to be for 100 aircraft. So I think that's where we really do amp up. I think your observation is absolutely correct. We're preparing now. We're doing all the basics now to prepare for that. Flight training schools, engineering, technology investments, you name it, to get prepared for that big day where we know we're ramping up quite substantially. But in the interim, we are already starting Pakistan. We have 5 destinations. We're getting on with it. We're getting on with the assets that we have. We don't want to stop growing. We want to continue growing our network. Syria is a good example. India, we still intend to launch next year despite not getting the 321s. We've just got to get on with it. It's not optimal. I think that's probably the thing to say, but we have to get on with the growth, and that's what we're doing.
And let's talk a little bit about India, because as you just said to me, India's flyer deal is sort of the next phase of growth, if you want to put it in that respect. Yeah. But, you know, so many overseas carriers are actually flying a share of India's international traffic. It's become a popular destination. How is Flyadeal planning to compete with the other big international airlines who are thinking of doing the same thing?
Well, a couple of things. Both India and Saudi Arabia, they're in the top 5 trading partners between both countries. So they have very, very strong economic ties. That even surprised me when I was researching. Second thing is we have 3 million Indians in the kingdom, everyone from doctors to street cleaners and everything else in between. So they're wanting to go home, visit friends and family. They're living in the kingdom, they're working in the kingdom, but they obviously want to go home. You have a huge middle class building in India and wealth as well, and they're wanting to travel. And what we say is airlines in both India and the Kingdom have been unrepresented in terms of market share. That is that third-party airlines via third-party countries are taking traffic, over Dubai as an example, from India to the Kingdom and vice versa. What we're saying is we want our fair share of direct traffic. It's only 5-hour flying time between the Kingdom and India, or 4 on the East Coast. We believe there's enough there. We're offering direct services. And the other thing on top of that is we're also offering a network of 25 destinations within the Kingdom. And so that is obviously something very compelling for someone who was wanting to come into the Kingdom and move around. So we think there's a lot more growth between our countries respectively, and there's a demand for direct services as opposed to going via a third country.
That absolutely makes sense. But India actually adopts a really protectionist stance when it comes to foreign carriers operating Indian routes. How does Flyadeal plan to tackle this government oversight that's currently in India at the moment?
So 2 things. You're correct, but they're more protective in terms of what we call 6 freedom traffic. That is going over third-party countries via third-party airlines to get to an ultimate destination. A good example would be, say, India via Dubai to the United States, as an example. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about direct services between 2 countries. The other thing is also the actual oversight and regulation that is pertaining to both of our countries is reasonably good. We can start services without having to ask for extra rights or anything like that. We just have to get the license to be able to do that. So the actual traffic rights between both of our countries is quite good.
And also, you know, we were speaking there about growth and different flights. What makes the Saudi market unlike any other in the Middle East? And how is Flyadeal supporting Saudi's 2030 vision? Because we know right now that is the massive focus for the kingdom.
Yes, absolutely. So a couple of things. Number one, Dubai, the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, etc. do not have the domestic market. Okay, so Saudi Arabia has 35 million Saudis, then also guest workers and other people who have come to work in the country. It's a big domestic market, like Canada, like Australia. It just simply doesn't exist anywhere else in the kingdom, and that's why a lot of foreign airlines are very interested in the kingdom. So that's number one. We're lucky to have a natural, large domestic market. Number one. Number two is the market, and I say this with respect, is immature. That is that the market's only just opened up over the past 5 to 10 years. It's not a mature market like North America or Europe or something like that. So the Band-Aid has been ripped off. You can now go into the kingdom, like you were talking about your travels, very easy, everything is electronic, you can egress through. That was not the case 5-10 years ago. You couldn't even come on a tourist visa. You had to be on a working visa or a pilgrim visa. So that has all opened up. They've opened up just like any other normal country. And what they're doing is paying catch-up. They're playing catch up in terms of growth, and so that's why we're seeing 15% growth year on year domestically, is because we're playing catch up. New market segments are coming in, everything from new religious segments, because it's much easier to do Umrah now, all the way through to natural tourism segments. I always get a laugh. I see Saudi girls going to Dubai for shopping. They couldn't have done that 5-10 years ago. They had to go with an escort or couldn't go at all. So there's a genuine new market segment. In terms of 2030, our mission, it's very, very basic. It's connecting Saudi Arabia to the world and bringing Saudi Arabia, bringing Saudis to the world and the world to Saudi Arabia. And by the growth that we spoke about, the network expansion plans, that's how we underpin 2030.
It sounds so exciting for you as a CEO of the company to be able to be there as you move things from infancy to growth. It must be a great opportunity for yourself and for the crew involved and everyone involved in the airline.
Oh, I'm like a kid in a toy store. It is wonderful. Right place, right time, right narrative. And I consider ourselves nation builders. We have a role within the nation that's very clear, as I explained. And just being in the centre of all of that, I mean, just incredibly exciting. And we can see every day visible change, the difference that we make. It's very difficult to find that anywhere else. And I think also the other thing which must be mentioned is the ecosystem, the air transportation ecosystem is not despised, it is supported. The government comes to us and says, how can we help? How can we help you grow and succeed? What do you need? What are the blockages? And I think that dialogue is incredibly positive and unfortunately lacking in a lot of other jurisdictions around the world.
And it's so interesting because we talk about Saudi developing, and obviously there's a lot of sport happening in Saudi, the likes of Cristiano Ronaldo. We've seen the massive footballers.
I think he's become a Saudi now, hasn't he? He seems to be very he's moved, he's pro. Every time I see him, it's like, I'm Saudi now. I seem to be living here. But yes, you're right.
Yeah, and do you think that's attracting a lot of traffic to Saudi to watch all these big sporting events? Because there's been a big tennis event there recently. We saw Arina Sabalenka, the world #1, playing tennis. They've really opened up the country, and of course Formula 1.
Yeah. Formula 1's a nightmare for me. It's just down the road from where I live, so traffic is never good when it's on. But look, the sporting events are just one part of many. Would you believe it? The Jeddah Book Festival is taking off. I mean, very, very popular. It's coming up soon in a month's time. So everything from sporting events to cultural events. And then on top of that, what you're now starting to see is the infrastructure we've been talking about for so long opening up. So theme parks, Red Sea resorts, etc., Ulula in terms of accommodation opening up more. All of this is now coming online literally over the next couple of years. So it has to be seen as in a holistic way. Everything from golf to Formula 1, as you said, even boxing, but also all of the other infrastructure pieces. So that, we've had all this growth without any of that over the past couple of years, and now we're starting to see those taps turned on. That is incredibly exciting because it really does give people a reason to come and visit, see Saudi Arabia for what it truly is, which is a magnificent country, and participate in its growth.
Great golf courses in Saudi Arabia.
I haven't tried. My handicap is too bad, it's embarrassing. So I don't even want to go there.
I spend most of the time in the rough, to be honest. So my handicap's not very good either. But just a final question to you, Stephen. I've been flying back and forth to Saudi Arabia. As we all know, the growth of development incredible there. Why should I get a Flyer Deal flight, or anyone watching this interview?
So, one, they've got a fantastic CEO, so you just have to... the best CEO ever, of course. Look, we have... The great thing about Saudi Arabia and the ecosystem is we have a number of airlines servicing different market segments. For us, our proposition is very, very simple, which is we're safe, we're affordable, we're on time, and we don't cancel. And we religiously pursue those goals. A good example of that is our OTP, or on-time performance. We're the leading LCC in on-time performance for 10 months running in the Middle East, okay? And in a couple of those months, we've actually been globally #1, not an LCC, but globally airline #1. And so we just don't talk about it, we actually deliver, and people know that they can get a cheap ticket, but typically sometimes you get a cheap ticket, it means that it's poor standard or poor performance or what have you. We want to change that ethos, and we want to change that understanding that they know that they can get an affordable fare on us, they know they're going to be on time, and they know they're not going to cancel. And we just get those true fundamentals correct, people just come knocking on our door and coming back time after time.
I must say, the best CEO at the air show, Stephen Greenway. Thank you so much.
I should charge an appearance fee.
Yeah, definitely.
have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise,
whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.